Hello and welcome back to Roll the Bones. My name is Rob and I'm joined, as ever, by my relentless players, Mike and Dom. They won't stop, they'll never stop. We are continuing in our series Let's Dig Up, where we adventure into the past of Dungeons & Dragons. Of course, this with the very famous and much lauded module, the Sunless Citadel. This is the third part. What happened last time on Let's Dig Up? The Sunless Citadel. If there's something that's so funny, by the way, Michael.
I was the one
Michael.
What's so funny?
Okay, right. Rats. Rat King. We never went to the Rat King. We took a tangent. Instead, there was a goblin ambush. We dealt with the ambush. Long and short of it, we then bumped into Calcryx. We were like, hey, look, it's the dragon. We freed him. We rested. That was a chat. Meepo was happy. Downside about resting, goblins could prepare an ambush for us. So, whoosh, we went. And we dealt with an ambush. We murdered all the goblins. Fun and joys. And then found a load of civilians, just normal goblins who were like, ah. And then Hero was like, oh, and then Tia was like, you should, set up your own place and look after them. And Hero was like, yeah, okay. Then we went into a room, and oh no, some again the name I haven't written down at this point. Hobgoblin. He was like, boy.
Durnn the Hobgoblin.
Durnn.
That's right. The long foreshadowed Hobgoblin that had this grip upon Oakhurst, willing to trade, or rather extort that town with the promise of offering them this fabled fruit said to have magical powers. And it is this Hobgoblin that stands before you now. After a very brief back and forth where the Hobgoblin Durnn boasted about the powers of Gulthias, said to be a terrible tree that grows in the heart of the Twilight Grove. There was a bit of a standoff. Tia decided to first of all cast a spell upon what looked like a mystic, perhaps a divine caster, a goblin. What was that spell, Dom?
That spell was Bigby's Disrupting Hand, which is activated when a spellcaster attempts to cast a spell, whereupon it slaps them on the rump, and they have to make a concentration check to successfully cast their spell or not.
That's right, and it was then that effectively that standoff then erupted into battle. Now, last session we did actually attempt to play once before, but we had technical issues. But we have kept the initiative, and we are keeping the opening gambit because it was very cool. So Tia went first, rolling a natural 20 on his initiative, and you, Tia, opened up with a powerful spell. What happened, and how did you kill the Hobgoblin that stood there threatening you, which I will cross off there? How did you kill him?
So Tia casts a spell called Scorching Ray, which in this instance took the form of something that looked like a meteorite flying from his hand, exploding on impact, and bursting the Hobgoblin into flames, shattering his sternum, and leaving him in ashes.
And it's as that eruptive spell does that we then return to the story where we left it, and battle is immediately upon you. Durnn the Hobgoblin, he has this long, rotting black cloak that he wears, and he throws it over his shoulder to reveal he's wearing twisted metal armor, drawing a gleaming blade that looks to be well made. He barks an order in the goblin speak to those about him. And as he does, he takes what looks like a magical potion, and a shimmering, gleaming barrier appears to appear about him as he takes a potion of mage armor. And he will use he won't use his movement because he's quite happily standing there, actually. So that is Durn's turn. From outside, left from the confrontation, Meepo hears battle erupt, sees flames exploding through that door, and goes, and will use his movement just to close the distance. I don't think he's going to know what's happening, so he will catch a glimpse as he passes there with his movement to then land in this square. So he's outside of the room thus far. Calcryx, the mythical white Wyrmling, throws his wings wide, the sound of battle making his saliva frost over with anticipation. Beats his wings and will also join Meepo, but on the far side of the door here. So that will be them for now. Now, it is the mystical-looking goblin's turn. And she is going to reach forward and is also going to attempt to cast a spell upon herself, because that's exactly what this kind of class would do, buff themselves. So she's going to attempt to cast a spell. Tia, what happens as she attempts to do so?
So just as she opens her mouth or begins to move her hands or throw her hand into a pocket for her material component, a hand which is floating around her, made of starlight and the night sky, just slaps her about the face. It says punch, but I think that seems a bit extreme. I think it's probably a slap. It causes no damage, but it forces the subject to make a concentration check with a DC equal to 18.
Very good. So this goblin cleric attempted to cast guidance upon themselves. So they got what was the save? Sorry.
Concentration DC 18.
Let's have a look at Grenell. Her name is Grenell. Okay. Concentration. Oh, good. That
14.
didn't. Yes, that's 14, which I typed incorrectly, but was also a fail. So completely loses the spell then, right?
Yes, I believe so. Let me just double check what it says. Exactly. If the subject fails check, the hand's blow ruins his casting attempt. It's a foot long, by the way, this hand.
Oh my goodness!
And it does have hit points, so you can attack it.
Oh, okay.
Shall I see?
Let's see if I can bring the hand out to then. Let's see if I type in hand, something comes up. Usually I have a hand for obsidian.
Chew.
Yes. Oh, I don't appear to have one. Oh no, there it is. That is very big.
It is.
There we are. We'll just put it there for giggles. So that happens. So the spell is interrupted, and reeling and shrieking, the goblin cleric will take a movement there. That'll be her turn. So Hobgoblin henchman, the one that didn't get blasted, is just going to rush forward and is going to attempt to plunge a longsword into your chest, hero. What is your armor class, please?
16.
16. The longsword swings towards you. How do you easily parry, defend yourself?
Oh, it just bounced off this massive shield. He was like, ah!
An echoing sound as it just bounces off your defenses. Then Hobgoblin 2 burns in death, so does not get a turn. And then there was also a bugbear at the far end here, which is going to move forward and is going to viciously attack one of the skeletons, or rather the only skeleton remaining now. Which I do have the stats for still, remembering. Okay. So the bugbear is going to charge forward, and as is typical of their kin, they have a tradition of using morning stars, and this bugbear is no different, swinging hard with a vicious bludgeoning weapon.
Not bludgeoning.
For an 18, which hits the 13 AC of the skeleton. Which has already taken some injury, I believe. Oh, I couldn't. Actually, I'm not sure. I can't remember. Actually, we'll just say
it's got 7 hit points on the.
That's its thing, isn't it? Oh, well, there we go then. Okay, yeah. Good to know. The Morning Star does a D8 plus 2. Oh, for God's sake. So 9 points.
Gonna kill him.
So, bam! Into dust. The skeleton raised with that magical item that you found in that deathly chamber. But they are now banished. The whistle that you have. And we'll just say the bones get thrown out of the room. As bones are on ought to roll. That's why that happened. Anyway, that is the bugbear's turn. Hero, at the end of the initiative, it is your turn.
For a brief moment, there's like a weight has been lifted from Hero's shoulders as he sees the skeleton next to him shattered. It's like, oh good. But then he moves his head back to the hobgoblin that charged him, and he lifts up his long sword, just channeling his divine might, just smash. He's got a bit Hulk, and just attempts to hit him one with a divine might hit.
Okay, yeah. So make
hit
your
him
attack.
One, hero.
Let's see what he got. 13.
13 sadly is not good enough to hit the hobgoblin. It raises its curved shield that defends it from shoulder to wrist, and like in turn parries your strike. You're in a back and forth. I will remind you that in the centre of this room there is a plunging pit that vanishes into the darkness. Its sides are covered in ghostly white vines. And the pair of you parry and strike at each other upon the edge of this precipice. We are back to the top of the round. Tyr, you've seen this bugbear close ground, smash that skeleton, and you see Hero is locked in a duel. What do you do?
Well, first of all, I'll take a step back. Because I don't want to... Oh, I've just selected my penguin.
Oh, yes.
Aphelion. So what I will do... Can I cast a spell and then have it activate on Mike's turn? With that,
you can ready that as an action. I think certainly. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. The only thing is that if you are attacked, then you would be forced to do a concentration spell to not be knocked out of you preparing yourself to do a spell. I think that's how it works, right?
Yeah, I think so. I should probably check if this is a touch option. I suspect it would be, actually.
You should be able to ready an action, right? If it's
just readying an action, that wouldn't provoke concentration checks.
I'm gonna
round casting.
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, cool. I'll take another step back.
Okay. And you can certainly ready.
Oh no, I can't. Oh, it's a full round action.
Oh.
It's not a full round. It's a 1 round action.
What? Oh yes.
So it takes all of my strength to do so. But Tyr will begin casting, saying till the end of the night till the morning light. That's the one. Hero, you've got to be sure. got to be soon, and you've got to be larger than life. I'll cast Enlarge Person.
Hey! Excellent.
So with Bonnie Tyler's holding out for a hero.
That's what
Bringing
I was
through.
listening to yesterday as well.
Oh, really?
It was in the Footloose musical.
Oh, great.
Yeah, what? It's in the Footloose musical.
Yep.
Is it?
Yep.
That seems weird to me, but
It's songs of the era, I think.
If you're large, you're a God. Do we even D&D?
4 squares.
embiggen him.
That's so big.
So he should.
That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you are now a large category creature. Enlarged person grows hero to this a massive size.
Back against the wall.
Pushing him through the door.
Yeah, blocking the door, absolutely. That's you. That's full round then, and you moved as well. So I believe that's you then, A tier.
Well, I can't move, in fact, because it's a one round action, so I assume it takes up everything.
Absolutely. No, great. Okay, well then, with that magic cast, Durnn the Hobgoblin is going to give a barking order once again. And he's going to. He's going to have to use. Double movement technically to get there, so that'll be his turn, but he closes the gap wanting to put pressure on Hero there. So that'll be his turn. Meepo is going to attempt to move 10 feet and then loose a shot through the door. Because as you recall, Meepo has a level in Scout now, which means if he moves more than 10 feet, he can skirmish, which gives him effectively sneak attack bonuses on his damage. So Meepo lets fly with an arrow. Where is Meepo? Here he is. For 23, an arrow hurtles between your legs, I'm going to say, Hero. And it's going to slam into the Hobgoblin 1 there. So let's see. That is 2d6. Because he uses a short bow now. So 2d6 points of damage. 7 points of damage, which kills the Hobgoblin. Meepo just dead shot, rushes round the corner, and thunk, arrow slams down the throat of this Hobgoblin in front of you, Hero, and Durnn immediately regrets closing the distance as he hurtles into the darkness. That was Meepo's turn. Calcryx is going to use his flight.
For a second, we were all in the same square.
Yes. And it's probably going to be in reach, to be honest. Once through the door, Calcryx could fly up, and this chamber would give Calcryx enough room to move without going through the threat range of the bugbear. So, Calcryx is going to go there, and is going to let fly a blast of ice at the Goblin Cleric that needs to make a reflex DC 12 to avoid the ice half. So let's see. just makes it, so takes half damage of that, which is 2d6. And half of that, so 1 point of ice damage hurls out of the way, and Calcryx gives a frustrated roar as Grenell survives what could have been devastating. It is now Grenell's turn, and seeing that there is a Wyrmling there, is going to attempt to cast another spell. That thing is still in effect?
It is indeed. It's multiple use. I can't remember how it lasts. Let me just double check. It's actually still 1 minute per level. Oh no, that's enlarged person. One more. One more back thing. 1 minute.
Okay. Yeah, so it's definitely going to be on her again. We'll see. Let's just see if she can make the concentration check. What was it?
She does.
She does.
18.
18. She's going to cast what she was going to anyway, and she's going to cast Guidance this time. Giving her the second chance to use that. And then she is going to attempt to move before the dragon swoops. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I think she'll go there. That is Grenell's turn. It is now the bugbear. The bugbear is going to swing that Morning Star directly at your chest, hero. AC, now that you've increased in size? Is it
14.
changed? 14.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Bounces once again from your defences, hero. How do you respond as it's now your turn?
Hey!
Well, hey there.
What are you doing? I mean, he has attacked, and the other one, Durnn, hasn't yet, so I guess it's the bugbear.
Bugbear it is.
And I will again be like, this is a powerful hit! As I attempt
We'll see.
Divine...
We'll see how powerful.
Divine Might hit.
Okay, Divine Might.
How many of those do you get?
As many turn undead attempts I have. I have 3 left.
Oh my god! Well,
Okay.
you swing hard, but perhaps you're just getting used to your new size again.
My hand bounces off the wall.
Bang! Yeah, you're just not used to it. Yep, it's a startling change for sure. The bugbear is unscathed. We are back to the top of the round. Tia, in front of you is the looming hero, but you can fire around him and stuff. It's like, you're fighting together, so you can aim round him if you need to.
Sure. What is your what armor are you wearing?
I am wearing scale mail.
What bonus does that give you?
4.
I was going to try and boost your armor, but I can't, sadly. Wouldn't give you anything. So let's fire. I'm going to actually move this time because I don't want to be in your space. I'll fire the Light of Lunir at this Hobgoblin.
Very good. Very good. Okay.
That's the one.
Yes, that's it. It's touch AC.
It is indeed.
Okay. The bugbear has a touch AC of 11. Good luck.
15.
Yes, you land upon his touch armor class. Roll it up.
Excellent. So it is 1d6. Not d20 plus 6, just d6. 2 points of damage.
Oh.
And then I'll loose the second Light of Lunir that's currently swirling around me. which is a poor shot.
And that's possibly a fumble.
Double ones.
Double ones is a definite fumble. Oh my goodness. So we will roll the table and we will try our best to interpret it for spells. And we shall come to some agreement or other. I have the table here. Okay, so if you'd like to roll a D100, please, Tia, for your fumble.
61.
61.
Apologies
the
in
fumble
advance.
fact
Mine.
is, you don't carry a shield, so I'm going to ask you to re-roll because that was shield tangled. So please re-roll.
25.
Please make a DC 20 dexterity check or fall prone and be stunned for 1d4 rounds.
Or
DC
reflex.
20 dexterity check, I'm afraid.
Oh,
Tia.
dexterity. Yes.
Yes.
Only one worse. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
You tumble to the ground. Ah! And the blast from your spell, perhaps, is what does it. Who knows?
I think it'd have to be, wouldn't it? Perhaps it knocks me back. A Felion is directly behind me, and I fall over the tiny penguin.
And he gets that
He
little
says,
bead of sweat on his head because he's annoyed. Okay, please roll a d4, Tia, to determine how many rounds you are stunned.
2.
2 rounds, you are stunned. You see stars swimming around your head, Tia, so perhaps not unpleasant for you. That is, I'm afraid, your turn. It is now Durnn, and Durnn is now going to make full use of his position there, and he is just going to try and stab as hard as he can at you, hero, with what looks like a masterwork longsword. Please tell me, what is your AC?
14.
Possibly a critical as he slams the longsword hard into you. Let's see if he confirms it. Just a hit. Very luckily then, just a hit. The masterwork longsword does 1d8 plus 2. Giving you a damage of 8 points of damage. Just slams his blade through your defences there. And will maintain his position. That's Durnn. Meepo. He's not going to be able to get line of sight on them, really. So Meepo is going to... you can't help someone when they're stunned, I don't think. You can't just try and shake them out of it, can they? Otherwise, I'd say Meepo would go and try and help you, but...
I mean, there may be a spell. Unless you can do it with a heal check.
Well, we'll look into that. For now, I think he'll try and attack, but the thing is, I don't really know if... he managed to shoot through because he had direct line of sight there, so maybe if he... Can he technically see Durnn from there? He can. I'll say he takes a 5-foot step and he'll attempt to shoot. But it's only 5 feet, so of course he won't get that bonus if he is successful. Meepo looses a shot. +4 to his attack. The arrow slams into the doorframe, chaffing wood about you, hero, with the missed shot. That is Meepo's turn. Calcryx is going to descend on Grenell with tooth and claw. So Calcryx's bite and 2 claws. Gotcha. Oh no, it's just the one because he's moved, doesn't he? So it's going to be his bite. In the meantime, as well, would one of you mind rolling me a d4 for Calcryx just whilst I do the damage?
Go on, Tyr, as you're unconscious.
Or rather,
sorry,
the attack. Sorry.
A D4, did you say?
Yeah, a d4, please. Yeah.
1.
So that is 1 round, and then Calcryx will have his breath back, so after this one he'll have it back. That is possibly a critical as Calcryx swoops down and bites into the... Well, we'll find out if it is a confirmed critical. Let's see if Calcryx can confirm that critical. Let's see. That was a +5 to attack, wasn't it? Yep. All these 20s, but not confirming them. Just standard damage then from Calcryx. Which is 3 points of damage onto Grenell. And Grenell is going to attack back with a mace, trying to hit the Wyrmling out of the air, sweeping it desperately around a person. She has a attack bonus of 0. And swings hard, missing wildly, rolling a 4. That is Grenell's turn. Both hobgoblins lie slain. It is the bugbear's turn. He's going to once again try and slam Hero with that Morning Star. It falls like if from the heavens for 8 total, defended by your defences. Hero, it is now your turn.
As Hero's been hit a few times. Oh, but that is possibly a critical on the bugbear.
Oh yes, on a 19, excellent. So let's see if you can confirm that.
21.
That is an easy confirmed critical hit on the bugbear. So if you'd like to roll a D100, please.
Oh, I didn't use my divine might. Oh well, 45.
45 on the critical effect table is a critical multiplier +1, as I'm sure you probably already gathered. So yes. If you'd like to roll your damage then, please.
I'd like to point out Hero's doing this while sobbing because he's in pain.
Has he actually taken any damage, or is he just a wound?
Oh my god!
He has taken damage.
That's a shit ton of fucking dice there.
I would like you to explain how the Weeping Warrior, as he'll now be known, demolishes the bugbear in one go.
I mean, he's looking where Durnn stabbed him with the rather nice-looking longsword that he also hasn't noticed. And he's just... It just struck a nerve, and he started to cry.
I love that.
And I think he wasn't really paying much attention. He just tried to swat him away, like, leave me alone! And then took his head off.
Incredible work. Amazing. And what remains of the hobgoblin half falls into the pit, half just lies there, like strewn out, bleeding and lifeless. Very good. Anything else on your turn, by the way, Hero? Are you moving at all, or are you... No, you're just standing there.
I need to protect my friend.
That is a round of you not being... a round of you being stunned, Tyr.
Tyr lies on his back with his ears ringing. All he can hear is ringing and his own breath as he stares at the ceiling.
Rough. Durnn looks about horrified at the death that is unfolding around him, and will. He rates himself. I don't think he thinks himself done quite yet. I think he is just going to try and attack you, because that worked previously. So he will just swing for you once again, Hero, with that masterwork longsword. But again, just clangs on your defenses as you wail. Your shield, your shield does its work. Dunk, and you defend yourself against Durnn. Meepo is just going to move through your square. So 5, 10, 15, 20. We'll run there. And his eyes will fall on Grenell swinging a mace at the Wyrmling, and a violence descends upon him that you might not have yet seen. And he goes, "Not Calcryx, no!" And he, with all the fury of the kobold gods, lets fly with the short bow. Does it land? No, the arrow twangs uselessly against the wall on the far side. Calcryx, Yes, Calcryx is going to continue his relentless assault against Grenell with a full round of attacks now. So first the bite, which comes down hard for 14 against Grenell, which misses. Then we put some music on, and then
Play some
we
tunes.
then have the 2 claws. So, claws. Is it the same? Yeah, it's the same. I miss again. And a hit. So 1 hit with the claws. Calcryx also probably missing out of anger, I'm going to say. 3 points of damage to Grenell, who hisses through her pointed teeth. And then sinks to a knee, clearly badly wounded from the savaging the dragon is giving her. That is Calcryx. Grenell is going to attempt to heal herself. This is going to not only provoke an attack of opportunity, because she needs to move and cut. I don't suppose, actually, if I'm being clever, she could do a 5-foot step to avoid the dragon, which I will be clever. They need to fight cleverly, but it will still. She still will be subject to that that concentration check again, eh, Dom?
Yes. The hand should have followed it, by the way.
Oh yeah, I will move that in a second. So her concentration bonus is +2.
DC 18.
That's a skill, but still a 1 on the die is devastating. The hand falls and smacks her. And she's just wildly like hissing and crying out as this hand is like ruining her chance to save her own life, basically, to cast a healing spell upon herself. A healing spell that would have been meant for her master, perhaps, if not for her. But it has all gone wrong for the hobgoblins, it seems, anyway. That was her turn. It is now... No, it is not the bugbear. The bugbear is in bits. So, Hero, it is your turn. Durnn faces off against you.
Tears running down his face, he looks down upon Durnn. You're mean!
God.
And lifts up his sword to channel another divine might upon him. 20.
That's that is a hit, even with his mage armor active now with that potion. Yeah, the strike goes through the magical defenses.
Excellent. That means I add my charisma to my damage. 4. Almost Maximilian damage. 18 points of damage.
You
Almost
absolutely
damage.
smash him into death. Right before your strike lands, you hear him go, "Wait!" But it's too late. The weapon just smashes through him. What is it like as Hero just kills him straight outright?
It wasn't it was like he brought it downwards like a stab through the head.
Oh.
He was just like, "You're mean." Just stabbed him through the head.
And like the hobgoblin is just frozen there for a moment, like stood in front of you, and then like as you like let your weapon fall to your side, he slides off it, and it's just horrible. Black blood covers the dusty white floor of this chamber. Anything else on your turn, Hero? Dare I ask?
Well, I suppose now that he's dead, I'll just take a couple of steps over here. And that's it.
Back to the top of the round here.
Yeah, he breathes heavily, getting air back in his lungs from his winding.
Durnn is destroyed, so he does not take a turn. Meepo, still incensed at Grenell for trying to strike at the Wyrmling, will not relent. So we'll just continue attacking. 18 is a hit. Oh, I didn't move him. Well, it's too late. I didn't say it. So that is just a d6 points of damage for the short bow as the arrow flies and slams into Grenell. It doesn't really matter. She had 1 HP, which is why she was trying to heal herself. She backs away from Calcryx, but then an arrow, the second arrow, finds her, and it slams hard into the side of her neck, and she looks with disdain at the kobold, the long enemies of the goblins, realizing that at last their war ends here. Grenell sinks to her knees, and you see some kind of like goblin magic try and activate, but fail as she's unable to say the words because the arrow gurgles in her throat and she collapses to the ground. Boom! Congratulations, you have defeated Durnn and his battle mob. The dust settles on the field of battle, and yeah, what's going through your minds as you behold those that you've defeated?
I'll poke my head out the door. You okay?
Tyr will just put a thumbs up and then slowly get to his feet.
Okay.
Just winded. Are you okay, hero?
I'll be fine. Yeah, I'm okay.
Great big, like, because he's a giant at the moment.
Just
His tears are massive.
Incredible. Meepo is breathing hard and then goes to Calcryx immediately and says, I'm so glad that we were victorious, Calcryx. You did so well. Calcryx gives like a hollow hiss and begins like tearing a lump out of the hobgoblin that lies dead next to him.
Well, I suppose we should check the bodies for some loot.
Yes, I will also take a potion of cure light wounds and my 1 hit point from lay on hands.
Okay, if you'd like to do your healing rolls first then, and then we'll discuss what you find in your searchings.
10, so 11 in total.
Very good. Yeah, you begin to feel that natural power flow through you, and you're restored in some fashion.
Nice.
So you are able to just take your time really to search these individuals. Mostly is gold that we're concerning ourselves with. If you'd like to roll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 d4, please.
Ooh. If you wish to, Tyr, I'm eyeing up that longsword.
Yes, I thought I saw a glint in your eye. That's a good roll. 16.
That's 16 gold pieces.
Oh!
Haha! I thought you were going to be like, times it by 10.
Oh, I'm
No.
sorry. No, it's I mean, listen. If it was me, I might do, but this is the module, and I am following its word as closely as I can.
No, it makes sense. It's a low. We've only been getting low amounts. 8 each, then, hero.
Okay, thank you.
Along
Thank you.
Along with some other treasure, you find that Durnn, the Hobgoblin, their leader, had what looks to be quite a valuable-looking signet ring. It gleams with some kind of precious stone, and it almost looks like it has like the image of like a stake, like a vampire stake thing carved into its jewel there. You wouldn't take a knowledge arcana roll for you to learn that there isn't any magical properties to the ring at all. It is clearly there to signify some kind of bond or oath, perhaps.
well, probably you should take that, hero, given your penchant for destroying the undead.
Yeah. I'll pick it up and be like,
Maybe when you shrink back to normal, it'll fit on your pinky.
Probably just about, yeah.
Just on the first knuckle.
Yeah, it's here.
Or second, maybe.
Yeah. There's also, which is sort of half clear on the map, there is in front of the stone chair, there is a chest. It sits basically in front of where Durnn had been sat.
Let's take a look. See what we've got here.
Yep, you can take a look at the chest.
Sit in the chair.
how long am I large size for?
You are embiggened for 1 minute per level, so 4 minutes.
Oh, okay, so I'd shrink relatively soon.
Yeah, unless you act quickly, you would go back to normal size. Yep, the chest is there. What do you do? Do you open it?
Yeah, fuck it.
You open the chest. As you do, a blooming cloud of green vapor blooms up from it. I need you to make a fortitude saving throw, DC 15, please.
Oh, well, that's not going to go very well. It's my worst save. Yeah, that's a fail.
Oh,
Unfortunately, you need to roll me a D4, please, Tia.
Oh, dear. This feels like constitution damage.
oh,
It certainly is, as you roll 4 constitution damage.
Imagine if I just died.
oh.
That's over half my health.
Oh.
You feel a sudden, terrible wilting. You can give me a knowledge arcana check to determine what has just hit you, Tia.
I'd love to. I wish I'd checked the 16.
Yeah, DC 15, so you know what this is. You know what eats at your nervous system. This is wyvern poison, and your eyes widen in horror as you realise that wyvern poison has a secondary effect. Please roll another fortitude saving throw.
Oh no!
Uh-oh. Tier's like, oh no, I've been poisoned.
DC 15.
I mean, that's reduced my fortitude save as well.
Oh no!
15, which is not enough.
Not enough. You
So
then
close.
take a further D4 constitution damage.
How long is the secondary effect, and would I realise? Because I would have cast...
It doesn't actually say. It says secondary. It
resistance.
hasn't actually given me a time period. I assumed it would be like within minutes. So if you have something that can help you, you can also search about you as well if needs be.
I would
Inside,
have cast resistance potentially if I knew it was coming.
you would know. Yeah, you say you managed to determine you knew what was coming. We actually just said that, didn't we? You realised with your arcane check that was wyvern poison.
It's
So-
typically 1 minute between the first and the second.
Yeah. So I would say yes, you would have time to cast a spell if you have one, Tier, certainly.
Yeah, well, I have resistance, so I would probably have cast that, which gives me a +1 to the next save.
Which means that you would have saved it then. Yeah, absolutely fine then. So you do that and you feel yourself just resist as the wyvern poison eats away at your very life force, Tia.
Let's just see what would have happened.
Yeah.
3. Oh, I might have died.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I wouldn't. I would have been on 2 hit points.
Now, oh my goodness. Let's...
Bad
Yeah.
enough.
So, terrible effect there from the wyvern poison in vapor form. Inside, you find 231 gold pieces. Actually, let's make that... because there's silver as well. So that would be 200 and... Let's just call it 250 gold pieces.
It's 125 each.
There is also 30 gold pieces worth of an assortment of gems, onyx gems. There are 2 bottles inside with an unknown liquid, and there is an arcane scroll, and there is also a potion inside as well. So if you'd like to do me... Did you choose alchemy as your skill tier, as like knowledge alchemy, I believe it is, or crafting alchemy? Sorry,
didn't have the spare points for that.
I'll say you can do given the nature of this and what these bottles are. I will say you can give me a knowledge arcana again. I think that's fair given what it is and what we've been discussing.
11.
Oh, you're not sure what these 2 bottles are. They kind of look oily, but they don't appear to be... They don't look like they're dangerous, but then the chest didn't look like it was particularly dangerous either, so you don't know. You can then roll me a spellcraft for the scroll to see if you can determine what the scroll is.
19.
This is an arcane scroll of knock as the spell. Knock, yep. So you can open locked doors and things, yep. And there is also another potion. I'll accept another knowledge arcana.
13.
12. That's fine. It's potions of cat's grace, and that's all you find in the treasure chest. Upon the hobgoblins, as I made mention, the bugbear had a morning star. There are a number of javelins. There is a masterwork short bow, and there is also a masterwork longsword, as we pointed out as well.
Well, I have a short bow as well, so I'll happily look at these things and go, this looks nice. So I will just never use my short bow.
Very good. You can give me a spot check, please.
Spot.
9.
23.
Hero, you're oblivious. Tia, you watch Meepo is staring at Hero hungrily as he picks up the masterwork bow.
Hero, perhaps you should share the spoils with our good friend Meepo.
No,
Seeing as I haven't yet seen you use the your bow, perhaps the bow might be a kind gift, at least for now.
Okay, I'll go to Meepo. I'll tap him on the shoulder, which will be quite overbearing. Just like boom, boom, boom. A gift?
Oh, you're too kind. How did you know? And he'll like shoot a look over at you, Tia.
Tia will fire a wink his way.
What are these? And he points at the 2 remaining bottles of liquid.
No idea. Have you got any thoughts, dear Meepo?
Meepo can see if he can work out what's in the bottles. Meepo doesn't have any kind of like arcane ability, so I don't know if it's fair for me to... Let's just roll a d20. If he rolls insanely high, then he'll have an inkling. He does not. He looks with sort of vacant eyes at the 2 bottles, too preoccupied wanting to look at his new shiny bow. He shows Calcryx the bow, but the dragon just hisses at him as he continues to consume the what's left of the ice-covered corpse of the hobgoblin.
Is tree down there? Pointing to the big hole.
Tyr will get to his feet, having been sat on the throne with it. Let's take a look then. Staggers over weakly.
Yeah, you look down and let's see if we can read the description again from the module just to refresh our memories. So in this room, a circular shaft pierces the floor of this 40-foot diameter domed chamber, and a dim violet light shines out of the shaft, revealing the sickly white and grey vines coating the shaft's walls. And the light from the shaft is supplemented by the 4 wall-lit tools. Wall-lit what? Sorry, did I say? 4 lit wall torches. My goodness. But yeah, it just vanishes into like a purple light. It's quite difficult to see what's up the bottom. Easily 100 foot deep, if not more. Well, my dear friends, you bid me help you find the Twilight Grove, and below it lies.
Yes, indeed, below, but you haven't quite helped us find it, have you?
But it's simply down there. That is the wall.
That's the way,
Yes,
but this
yes.
is not the entrance to it. It's 100 feet away.
It is one thing to do battle against hobgoblins that I would never have dreamt of facing before I met you, it is true. But it is another thing entirely to delve into the Twilight Grove. There are so many horrible stories.
But you are brave.
Oh, his voice trembles as he looks down the hole. I will. And he'll look at Calcryx, and Calcryx is finished the goblin and is now looking at one of the others. It does seem that Calcryx is enjoying himself, if nothing else.
Perhaps you could convince him to fly you down. Or help fly you down, maybe. Assist with your climb.
What do you think, Calcryx? Do you think you could bear me a while? Calcryx, blasts the wall with ice, but then lowers his neck, almost as if to say, yeah? Very well, I do as Calcryx bids. His will is what I follow now. And Calcryx seems particularly a particularly ambitious Wyrmling that clearly has motivations of his own that aren't quite clear to either of you. He looks with venom down the hole, and will get ready as if to say, "I'll go down, but I'm not going first." Watching to see what you're going to do.
How easy does it look to climb? Well, we have to do a climb check.
You will need to do a climb check, I believe. Let me see what it specifically says, if it gives me a DC about climbing down. It does say that there are lots of sickly white and grey vines, so that would help you climb down.
I assume Hero is not too bad at climbing.
Hero is he's trying to move, and as Hero shrinks back down to, well, I assume shrinking to medium size, Hero is going to take off his armor.
Oh.
Okay. Do the old armor check penalty.
Yeah.
Dodge.
He's realised he can't move, but then he takes off his armor. He's like, so I'm just going to get rid of that and that. I'm going to get rid of that. And that. And just like that, all the modifiers for enlarge remedied. Yeah, it's as he straps the armor to his pack, freeing up his arms. Hero attempts to see how well a climb check goes. He's like, okay, let me see. As he starts a tentative couple of runs down.
Okay, yeah. I'm. This is an interesting one because the actual module says the thick vines are at least as good as a knotted rope for facilitating a climb check. And when you have a knotted rope, there is a set DC for the climb, which is DC 0, apparently. So you can just do that. It says literally in brackets DC 0. So I'm just we'll treat that as like a taking 10 almost, that you can't fail it. I don't know, that seems a bit off to me. Let's see.
I could fail it unless I took my time.
I guess you could technically fail it, couldn't you? Yeah, so no, you're fine.
So I've got -3 to climb, so I could not easily fail it, but it's on the cards.
This might be left over from 3rd edition, because this was technically for 3rd edition, so that could be something that was involved there that they might have got rid of for 3.5. I don't know. But you're able to easily climb down, Hero, and as you descend, you note that you are going deeper and deeper into this purple hue. This is us moving on to another map, so I will remain here until we've all passed the threshold. Is there anything that you would do, Tia, whilst you stand here?
I've got a 3.5 example. And that a 0 DC is when the wall is steep, so it's an incline. But a DC 5 is with a knotted rope at a wall you can brace against.
Okay, well we'll say DC 5 then in that case. Then that's absolutely fine. That would have been my instinct, DC 5.
I will cast Light of Linear again, just to get that back up in case there's anything nasty at the bottom. Have you already gone down, Mike?
I'm climbing.
Okay, I was going to cast Mage on you.
Oh, thank you.
I might have to wait till the bottom, I suppose. A DC 5. Well, it's 100 feet, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I said.
So that'll take a few seconds to fall. So hypothetically, during the fall, I could cast something.
And also it says for the purposes of the battle, should you have been knocked down, because one of the battle tactics of the goblins is to try and throw you down the hole, and you would get an actual set reflex save to try and grab onto the vines if you fell. So we'd use that same DC if you fail this one. Okay.
Great. I'll give it a go then.
Okay.
It's brace yourselves.
Okay.
Oh,
that was a good one.
Yeah, fine. Even with the -3, you're able to carefully go down the vines. And it's as you begin making your way down there, Calcryx goes out, and kind of glides. He basically does a Tails holding Sonic kind of thing, where Calcryx holds onto his legs beneath him.
Like they're going down.
Yeah, they're going down, but not too fast, exactly. So they glide down after you, and we are going to move.
Flying as Tails and
different.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, it's fantastic. Obviously love those games.
Not as good as Knuckles, obviously.
Skip the whole level with Knuckles, just glide over the top of everything. Yep. Right.
Fuck these puzzles.
Fuck the puzzles, let's go. So we move
In the
on
words of Escape
to.
Room.
Yeah.
Have you seen that?
I've not. No, is that something they say in Escape Room? Fuck these puzzles.
He doesn't just say it, he shouts it. He just says, "Fuck these puzzles!" at one point. It's the best film.
Incredible. I know. I remember wanting to have seen that actually, so maybe I'll look into that for sure.
There are actually two.
No way.
Yeah, sort of released almost within a couple of years of each other. Anyway, we're getting off topic.
Yeah, but regardless, we are going to quickly draw your attention to the right position. There we are. Thankfully, and rather purposely, I already put Meepo and Calcryx down there, assuming you'd convince them to come with you. And there they are. Let us read about the chamber that you descend into from the words of the text. So let's have a look. We are now on the next section of the module, called the Grove level. This area is called Compost Central.
Oh.
Luminescent fungus clings to the walls and ceiling, shedding violet light. The air is damp, chilly, and redolent with the odours of loam and decay. Yeah, redolent. Is that the word?
Maybe. I don't know what it means.
No, neither do I. I'm learning things today. And redolent with the odours of loam and decay. A layer of earth. Loam. A layer of earth mixed with rotting vegetation and the remains of cave animals covers the floor of the wide cavern. Several varieties of mushrooms and fungus grow on the detritus, as well as a few saplings. Two cloaked figures busily shovel well-turned earth into a rusted, and it cuts off into a rusted
body,
something,
barrow,
well,
tub.
It honestly just cuts off. That's really bizarre. It's like the box ends and there's like no puncture. Very strange. Well, never mind. Yeah, you see two robed figures. One is here and one is here.
Seeing these robed figures, can I cast Mage Armor on Hero?
You absolutely can. Mage Armor blooms into light around Hero, protecting the half-orc with your magic.
Yeah. So you now look a bit like the Green Power Ranger, but with starlight instead of whatever the fuck they made his armor out of, whatever cheap shit.
Oh, yes. As you're doing that, would you kindly give me a spot check, please?
Spot.
What did you get? Sorry, 12 Hero and...
13.
Okay, cool. You suddenly see who got the higher word there? Sorry, that was 13 for Tia.
Yeah.
Hero, you make the thing, but you don't surpass it. So Tia, you see. Hero, you don't. That these robed figures appear to be working this compost, but you see as they're reaching down, you see that their arms are without flesh. They're simply bone. You see that these are two skeletons working the earth. And as they do so, and they're moving this this detritus around, you're seeing that the ground around them is moving as well. To your horror, you see two small creatures appearing as if growing out of the ground. You can give me a knowledge arcana. actually, for these in particular, or knowledge nature.
That's a natural 1 for 5.
You see that these are twig-like creatures that emerge out of the ground. All of a sudden, your mind goes back to something that the wise sage was telling you. One of the events that have been occurring around Oakhurst that would trigger this campaign is that a number of livestock and people outside of the safety of the village have been found dead, pierced by many needle-like strikes. And you now see that needle-like claws grow from these twig creatures, these twig blights. The skeletons look up at you as well and begin to advance. Roll initiative.
I think Tia probably tries to warn the others a moment before they turn, but just with all the dust and dirt down here, and can't get any words out.
13, but I just need to run to the bathroom quickly.
Tia, with an astonishing 25 initiative, you go first.
Yes. I feel like Scorching Ray might be a little bit overkill on these creatures. So I'm gonna continue firing Light of Lumia. I figure since Hero is a cleric, probably makes more sense for me to target the twigs.
Yeah, I understand they're quite difficult to make out as well, so I think I'm gonna actually try and put a spot on them as well. So you can see them a bit better. I certainly need it. There you go.
Thank you. So I will target the nearest twig blight.
Yeah, twig blights. You don't know what they are because you failed it, but you recognise those pointy weapons to potentially be the clear source of those deaths from above on the surface.
Great. Actually, I might try a crossbow bolt. As I've not really been using those, and I think I might be slightly stronger than my attack against these. So I'll use one of my +1 bolts. 19 to hit on the nearest twig.
That is a hit. You notice that with your piercing bolt, it appears to have some kind of resistance.
That makes sense, and I rolled a natural 1, so I suspect that's done.
It is, unfortunately, the bolt just sinks into it, but is ineffective. Clearly has damage reduction that involves piercing as a plant creature.
So I didn't say that I got my crossbow out, but I would assume that was my move action, and my firing action would be my standard, so that will be it.
Okay, very good. That was Tia's turn. Hero, you're up.
Ooh. Hero will go. Wait. Is it slushy or is it just stir? Is there any movement penalty?
That's actually a really good question. Let's see if it does give any mention to movement. No, it doesn't give any mention to that for what I can see glimpsing in it just now. It doesn't appear to. So, no, you can move as normal.
Okay, well, I mean, I can move more than I know anyway because I'm not wearing my armour at this point, but I'll go 5, 10. Keeping an eye on Tyr because he looks... I didn't fully see the poison from the chest, but I can see that Tyr is struggling a bit.
Definitely clear to you, yes.
Not the cleric, but the paladin. Thank you. Steps
Apologies.
in and is going to attempt to hack with his new longsword at the twiggy thing.
Yeah, by all means, you rush at the twig blight and swing hard.
22.
Is a hit, you slam into the twig blight.
Seven points of damage.
You outright kill this twig blight. What is it like as you slash through it?
Oh, I'm doing a bit of gardening. I'm just
You got your hand trimmer out, eh?
got my hand trimmer out. What was it he says to Sam? A little too late to be
Trimming the verge, do you think?
Trimming the verge. There you go. Yes,
Amazing.
I think Hero, he cuts. Oh, that's what he cuts once. Seeing actually that was quite effective, he then just quickly lops off the loose bits into like an arm, a leg, and then just.
You hear this groaning creak from the creature as it collapses, thoroughly pruned. Yes, clearly not. Its damage reduction does not extend to slashing, it seems, and other things as well potentially. The twig blight is destroyed, but another remains. However, it isn't its turn. It is Meepo. Meepo is going to move 5, 10, and will shoot at the creature, not knowing that this will be ineffective, probably because he doesn't know. He hasn't tried it. So he will try and fire with his now masterwork shortbow. That is a hit against the twig blight. And he rolls a d6 he can only possibly get. No, it is not enough. The piercing strike, ineffective against the plant creature. Also immune to things like sneak attack and skirmish as well. So completely ineffective. Let us see, however, if it is Calcryx can deal some pain upon it. So Calcryx, with a single beat of his wings, lands in front of the twig blight. There are a few things more devastating to plant life than the touch of winter, and he opens his maw and lets fly a cone of ice. Let's see if the twig blight has wits enough to dodge. No, DC 12. That's an 11. That is a failure. So that is 2d6 cold damage from Calcryx. And that completely blights the twig blight with ice and kills it straight away.
Nice.
Skeletons. That's a good question. Do skeletons... I think they might be immune to cold damage, you know.
Or resistant.
Immune to piercing and cold. So it's completely immune to the ice. So that is Calcryx's turn, and it gives like a roar of victory as the twig blight is frozen over. Calcryx appears to be very happy with this. It is now Meepo, Calcryx, the blights are both dead. The skeletons lurch forward. Hero, you see this one is coming for... I know, that's number 2, isn't it? So we'll go for number 1. 1 is going to lurch over towards... roll a d4 for me. 1 and a 2 is going to lurch towards Calcryx. A 3 and a 4, he's going to go for Tia.
A 3.
So 5, 10, yep, can reach you. So we'll move to there, and
This
we'll
could be it.
swing wildly with its claw. The rogue skeletons are different to the other skeletons, apparently. They have a bit more about them as they swing what looks like a vicious-looking... well, it's like a sickle. That's what they've been using for their work down here. But mechanically, they are scimitars. So, very dangerous. That is a +1 to attack. Possibly a fumble, as it swings hard for you, Tia, but you're able to evade. But is it a fumble? It is a fumble. Can you please roll me a D100, Tia, as the skeleton faffs it?
Please hurt yourself. 42.
DC 20 dexterity check, or lose action next round as you regain your balance. So let's see then. Its dexterity is... It's got +2. So... What was that? 20?
Yeah.
Oh!
What a series of rolls.
Meant to be, wasn't it? He swings wildly, but clearly this skeleton is desiccated, a ruinous, undead creature, and it just isn't used to battling and swings too hard and clumsily stumbles, trying to regain balance for its next turn. It will do nothing at all. The other one is going to lurch towards Hero, as I mentioned, squidging through the swamp matter to then try and swipe at you with a scimitar. It sings through the air. Possibly a critical!
Oh dear.
What is your AC, sorry, Hero? I forgot to ask.
16.
Okay. Oh, so it's not a critical, but it was close. That is, and remember, scimitars are pretty horrible when you crit, as I recall. Oh, I could be wrong. No, I'm thinking of
They have much lower
threat range. That's correct. That's right. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so it is 1d6 plus 1. You take 2 points of slashing damage, Hero, as the scimitar just catches you across the shoulder. And with that, we are back to the top of the round. Tia, this lurching skeleton is desperately trying to regain balance. You won't provoke any attacks of opportunity, because all it can do at this stage is use its every effort to stop itself from being unbalanced. So you won't provoke. What do you do?
I will move away.
Yep.
As does my penguin. And then I will cast Disrupt Undead.
Hey, we love Disrupt Undead. So your spell fires off. You got to hit them, right?
Yeah.
Roll it up.
That's an 11. On its
11
touch.
on his touch. Oh, his touch is 11, so sadly it's just shy. The disrupting power just crackles off it, but doesn't quite get purchase.
Well, that's a shame, but not the end of the world.
Not yet, anyway. That is Tyr's turn. Hero, you are beset by a skeleton. More undead are upon you, Hero.
Oh, Hero is... If he could drop into his righteous fury, he would, but he used that to the ambush. He's just... He's going to try something brand new.
Very good.
He's just going to scream, "Go away!" as he is going to attempt a turn undead check.
Ooh, okay, right. So turning undead, you have the table that you use.
Yep, so firstly, I am treated as a level 1 cleric at the moment. Because, yeah.
So you are a cleric.
As a level 4 paladin for this, I'm treated as
Yeah, I know what you mean.
level 1 cleric. So I go... $15. So I'm now treated as a level 2 cleric.
Okay.
So I can... So the maximum hit die I can turn is 2.
Okay, then.
So if they're more than level 2 or have more than 2 hit die, this won't work.
So they both are 1 hit die each. So that means you can turn both of them.
Excellent.
So with turning them means that they flee from you. Is that right?
Yeah. If I was 1 level higher, they'd be immediately destroyed. But I can turn up to 10 hit die, which means they flee from me for 10 rounds. And if they can't flee, they cower.
Okay. Yeah, very good. That's amazing. What does it look like, as this is like the first time we've seen Hero do such an act? What is it like when Hero turns undead?
If you didn't know any better, you'd think Hero was having a strop. Throwing a bit of a tantrum. He's just like, no, go away! As he sort of stamps his foot and just shouts at them, and like, go away!
Yeah, perhaps to the untrained, I'm more of a rebuke undead than a turn, but regardless, you shout them down, and you see like a quiver of like, can the dead fear? If they can, then this is what it looks like as they are repelled from you. Anything else in your turn, Hero?
No, I will just stay where I am.
Meepo is just going to fire a shot. But it misses. Calcryx is going to swoop at this one. And it's just going to rake his claws against it. Actually, that's a 5-foot step, so he can do his full round of attacks. So he will do his bite, which is a hit, I believe. Yes, a hit. So the bite lands. The claw 1 lands. Claw 3 lands. So all 3 land. Now this will be reduced by each strike for its damage reduction. Okay. Wait, is it? Oh, it's only bludgeoning that gets through it. It's slashing. They also appear to be immune to. Is that right? Skeletons?
Yeah.
Resistance. They have damage reduction, I think, to piercing and slashing.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it sounds right. Okay. Okay. That does mean that a bit gets through, but not enough to kill the thing. That is Calcryx's turn. The blights are dead. The skeletons, I guess on their turn, just withdraw.
Yeah.
So because they're disengaging, then they don't provoke attacks of opportunity, or I guess they will still because they just fleeing in panic without thinking about it, right?
Up to you, but surely the other one is gaining his balance. Its balance.
Oh, of course he is. Yeah, so wouldn't actually be going anywhere, right? Yeah. Is stuck there.
Or is it just it doesn't get its action?
Oh, no, it loses its turn because it's regaining its... You're absolutely right. It loses its turn because it was regaining its balance. Lose action next round as you regain your balance. So his action is to regain his balance.
So he could probably move.
So he can move. But he's spent an action, so that means he will provoke an attack of opportunity because he's... So Calcryx is going to sweep with his claw. Calcryx was +5 to his attacks. It misses regardless. 10, 15, 20, 25. Gets to that. This one also 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. We'll get to there. As they move away from you, it is back to the top of the round. Tyr, it is your turn.
So Tyr will loose a light of Lunia at each of them.
Okay, that's
Which
cool.
I believe does double damage.
Yes, they are susceptible, so you'll be doing double damage to them. You remember the first skeletons you battled in the Citadel above.
Yes. That is a bad miss. And a hit, I think.
So was the first one going for the one higher up?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so that one whiffs, but the other one slams into the retreating skeleton. Roll your damage for that one.
11 points of damage.
What is it like as you immediately banish this skeleton into nothingness?
I think he misses the first one because he tries to dual wield. So he's like 2 hands out, and the stars that are like swirling around him focus into points, blast through, utterly eviscerating one and just whiffing the other one. But it looks pretty cool anyway.
Have you ever fired double guns and said "ah"?
Yeah, he does go.
Amazing. With a brilliant light, the stars are brought to this murky chamber for a moment as the skeleton is utterly vanquished. Excellent from Tia. Hero, one of your skeleton targets is eviscerated by starlight. One continues to stagger away from you.
Hero will... because he can just go 5, 10, 15, 20, yep, to that. And as he's walking, he's going to pass his long sword into his shield hand just so it's out of the way, draw his warhammer, and attempt to knock the skeleton to little pieces.
As you charge after him.
I missed the... there we go. 24.
AC 15, so yeah, absolutely. Smash into him with a bludgeoning
Smash
weapon.
him.
Bypassing
9.
the damage reduction easily and easily destroying the skeleton. What does it look like?
Hero... yeah, he's holding the sword in his other hand. He gets the hammer, and as he's running, he's just kind of swinging the hammer and just... boom.
If I'm gonna do this, and if you get in my way, it's your fault.
Pretty much.
And with a boom, the power of the paladin surging through your weapon as the skeleton is vanquished. Congratulations, you have defeated the robed skeletons and the twig blights in Compost Central.
Yes.
Compost Central.
Compost Central.
Tyr will bring up another case of light of Lunia to give himself some light, offensive ability.
Very good.
Hero's unsure because he's looking at himself and he's looking at his armor. He's like,
You won't need the armor for another 4 hours, my friend.
okay.
Very good. Yeah, so there doesn't appear to be anything like treasure-wise at a glance. It's all just mud and rotten fauna down here, really. As you can see, that there are a number of doors.
Should we take a look at the opening first?
And yeah, a wide passage. Okay, so you're wandering up that direction. I need to actually just see and check on the map the number of that area.
I see something.
You actually do, yeah. So as you begin wandering up there, you see some shapes in the gloom. let me describe and read the the entryway. This rough cavern's floor is stained as if regularly drenched in blood. Luminescent fungus reveals the eastern niche, which holds a matted hair and fur pallet. A wide wooden board on which a variety of crude but deadly weapons are fixed.
Is this the right one?
I'm beginning to wonder that, yeah. It is definitely 43. Yeah. Oh, I see why you can't see what I'm describing because of the dynamic lighting. You catch the sight of the table with it. You can go, yeah, if you wouldn't mind. That's fine. That'll be fine. So, you see that table where there are deadly weapons and the like, and a great coat of patchy black fur is hung on a slender pole, and to the edge there are two large nests made of fur and refuse. Now, you see that these nests are occupied by two familiar-looking creatures now. You see that they are dire rats. And beyond, there appears to be a bugbear. And it leers at you with a disgusted look in its hands. In his eyes, and in his hands, it's got my he leers at you with a disgusted look, and in his hands, he wields what looks like a shepherd's crook.
He's a rat farmer,
and he goes, "Bah, bah," and is almost like warding you, telling you to, as if in his goblin tongue. I don't know if you speak goblin, do you guys?
I speak orc, so it's where the goblin is orc.
It isn't. It's a separate language. So, no, you don't understand. But he's not advancing, but he's also, by his actions, seemingly, telling you not to come any closer.
You, get off my land.
You! Like this massive bugbear is yelling at you, and these two rats are snarling from their nests. You have a short moment to decide if you would proceed or do anything else, or, well, you've got to decide.
It's your great enemy rats, hear him.
They don't seem harmful.
They're like hissing like...
They seem pretty harmful to me.
Your instincts tell you that if you make a single step forward or make to do anything, that will effectively be initiative.
Interesting.
You hear the cries of this language, and you think you might make out that there's some broken English in there as well. You think that in their language, you think you hear a phrase in there saying "meet the cook pot."
Meet the cook pot?
Yes.
Is that meat as in, let me introduce you to the cook
introduce you
pot? Or is
to
it meat as in
No. It's
food meat?
It's let me introduce you to the inside of a cook pot.
I'll boil you alive, sort of. I'll
yes,
put you in my
pretty
pie,
much.
yeah.
I'll eat you.
I'll eat you.
It's what it says here. Get ready to meet the cook pot, it roars in Goblin. So it's you're coming here and then I'm going to kill you and eat you. So that's what's happening right now. What do you do?
Oh, that sounds pretty aggressive, doesn't it?
Heroes is looking at Tyr like, oh.
With a snarl, the shepherd, Balsag, the bugbear, gives a hollering cry. Grip! Fang! The two rats lurch forward. Roll initiative.
What's his name? Ballsack.
Almost Balsag.
Ballsack.
Sag.
That sounds like something that one of us would say when we haven't thought of a name properly. That's an Enos or something like that.
Or Lottie Cobbler.
Well, Lottie
Lottie Cobbler is a fucking legend. You
Yeah.
keep her name out of your fucking mouth.
Your fucking mouth at first uttered her name. Right.
I rolled very poorly.
What did you get, sorry?
11.
8.
Okay. Let's make sure I've got the rats available as well. Where are they? Here they are. Because, gotta say, I've used them enough. 11 for Tia. Okay. Bugbear.
Bears.
My initiative rolls have not been good.
Which is a relief.
Yes. And the rats, oh my goodness. So, Tia. Oh, Meepo and Calcryx. No. Okay, they're going first.
Good.
Then Tia, then Hero. And then the order that I did them in, I believe that was Bugbear, then Rats, right?
I think so.
Yeah, the Bugbear's in a different one.
Then the Rats, yeah. Okay, perfect. So, with that then, I'm going to make a note of that. Bear with me 1 second. Okay. I haven't moved them, but we'll say that they were both where Meepo was. So Meepo will go 5, 10. And is going to shoot a shot at the first one. Which is called Grip. Grip the rat. Okay, so Meepo looses with a skirmish shot from his masterwork short bow, but sadly misses Grip. The arrow clatters uselessly. Calcryx stays exactly where he is and gives a wild roar, beating his wings, and remains watching. It is now your turn, Tia.
Well, might as well make the most of it. I'll take a step back and cast Enlarge Person on Hero. As Tia says, where have all the good men gone? Where are all the gods? As Hero swells in size.
He's going again, he's going again. As you have your own form of transformation montage, Hero, as you Power Rangers up. And you are then a large
It's even more
category
Power
creature.
Rangers.
Yeah.
I've turned him into a Megazord.
So you increase it in size, and that is your entirety of your turn, as we discovered, right, Tia?
Yes, indeed.
So that now moves us to Hero. You have once again become a giant of a warrior. What do you do?
Hero looks upon himself, remembering Oku, takes a 5-foot step. That doesn't mean much. And will attempt to swing with his masterwork longsword. It's the rat closest.
Okay. So you're going for grip. You swing
Grip.
at grip. Make your attack.
Boom, 16.
Is a hit. You hit the AC exactly right. The dire rat has an AC of 15, so you slam your weapon into it.
Oh, minimum damage, 7.
Million damage.
Which is actually enough to kill grip.
Yes.
It gives a squelching cry as you cut through it and kill it in one.
No again.
Not again. Never again. With the rats on the stairs, yes. Oh dear. Yeah, Grip is absolutely smashed, and the bugbear, his shepherd, gives a wild shriek of horror as you've killed one of his specimens. Anything else on your turn, Hero?
No.
Then the bugbear immediately closes ground. 5, 10, 15, 20. Rushes you. And with that vicious-looking crook, you see that there are actually horrid spikes jutting from it. And he swings it hard at your head. AC?
14.
Ooh. Balsag is a strong bugbear. He swings this thing at your head, but you defend yourself. How?
Oh, I don't think Hero planned to defend himself, but he forgot about the mage armor and it just bounces off the mage armor. It's like, hey!
Starlight sparks to defend you as that goes off. Perfect. That was his turn. Let's see. It is now Fang. Fang wishes to avenge his fallen brother, and with that skitters forward 5, 10, 15 and begins trying to maul at your shins, Hero. What is your armor class again, please?
14.
Let's see. They get an attack of +4. Oh, he just doesn't quite nibble through that magical power. You see his teeth like sparking off light as he's trying to like get onto you, but not able to find purchase. Meepo. Meepo is going to Meeps McGee is gonna go through your squares, so 5, 10, and from sort of half cover of Hero, like steps around your waist and lets the arrow fly at Fang. Hopefully with the masterwork bow. But that is it 19 and a 20 that a short bow crits on?
Just 20.
Nah. Well, anyway. That is 2d6 because he skirmished. And splat, just the right amount again. The arrow slams into Fang, and he is dealt with. The rat sort of does a skeever from the Elder Scrolls and bounces off like 4 walls before coming to rest on the ground there with the arrow installed in its skull. That was Meepo's turn. Calcryx is going to give a single roar. What language do you guys speak? Do any of you know Draconic?
No.
I know Common and Elven.
Okay. It gives a cry that appears to be more word than roar. And it beats its wings once, and the dragon looks like it has like a almost like a mischievous look in its eye, and Meepo looks at Calcryx with like with wondering what the dragon is doing. But that's all the dragon does on his turn.
He's seeing who's going to win.
The that was Calcryx's turn. It's now Tyr's turn. It's no secret that the dragon isn't involving himself in this fight. So it's your turn. What do you do?
I might delay until after Hero's gone, just because I'm trying to keep my spells. If he can finish the thing off, then that's good. But if not, I will intervene.
Yeah, so Balsag is untouched, but not for long, I'm sure. As you delay then, Hero, it's your turn.
Hero will not Divine Might. His gut's telling him to hold on to that last one, just in case.
Sure.
But would instead... he's just... He's going to attempt a power attack.
Oh.
He's going to take 2 off his attack to attempt to add 2 to this.
Okay, cool. You swing hard with
No,
a
you
power
had
attack.
power attack.
I did, yes. 12.
Yeah, I'm afraid.
Would 14 have hit him?
Would 14 have hit him? No.
Thank God. Right. It doesn't matter nonetheless then.
No, he appears to have some like hide armor about his already thick skin, so no, that wouldn't have hurt.
Hero attempts for a dramatic, like on the spot jump attack, just like the ground shakes and he completely misses.
He brings up the crook of that vicious looking weapon he's using and turns your strike aside. You're both locked in a battle of strength, and he's obviously emboldened and full of wrath for the slaying of his pets there. So that was him defending himself. Anything else on your turn, Hero?
No.
Okay then. So with that being said, do you want to act now, Tyr, or are you going to hold on a little bit longer?
No, I'll act, I think. I don't want him to hurt Hero.
Alright then, so what do you do?
I will cast Scorching Ray and fire a shot at him. 22 on his touch.
22 on his touch. That is a hit. You absolutely hit him.
Okay. Oh, 8 points. That was shite. What a poor roll.
That's still, it's all right. What was the? I missed that. That was Scorching Ray, right?
Yeah. So it was the old meteorite strike, and he fires it just as he's blocked the hit to get him in the gut as he's trying to fight.
He's driven back by the fire, not slain, but like big portions of his fur is burnt away, and the cavern lights up as your Scorching Ray hits, so you can just see like the grim, like ruins of like remains and stuff that this guy's been feeding his pets, charged with guarding this way, it would seem. Very good. That was your turn then. So we now move to. You delayed, Hero went, it is now his turn. And he's going to just try and retaliate against you, Hero. It just makes sense, like he's, you're the one in the way and trying to mash his head in with a sword. So he retaliates with that crook. 21 to hit.
Easy hit.
He belts you one and those spikes dig in. Ow. For 5 points of bludgeoning damage. Thunk! And it gives a roar directly into your face as he does so, defiant. Is there anything else he can do? No, he's just going to hold his ground, I believe. So that's him, which is handy. So we're back to the top of the round because both the rats are dead, and it is Meepo once again. Meepo will go 5, 10, and loose another shot, but this time at the bugbear. The bugbear's armor class is 17, by the way, for future record. 8, however, it just pings off his one of his shoulder pauldrons uselessly, unfortunately. Calcryx beats his wings wide, like on Untitled Goose Game. Just does his wings. And that is their turn. Tyr, it's your turn.
I'll delay again. I'll see if Hero can get him this turn.
Very good. You delay. Hero, it's your turn.
I won't power attack this turn. I will just attempt to overhead smash.
Yeah, very good.
Possibly a fumble.
Possibly a fumble.
Just
His
a miss.
AC is a 17, so that is just a miss, thankfully. Whoom. He ducks.
Hero brings the sword up like this, and I can feel the handle of the sword slip backwards. Like, oh.
Oh no! Yeah, you just fumble and just manage to catch it before it flies out of your grasp. Excellent. But yeah, the bugbear will use this opportunity to drive that weapon of his into your gut, Hero. But you see his eyes shift to the exit, clearly seeing that he is outnumbered here for sure. He swings that thing hard at you. Possibly a fumble.
Ooh.
Just a miss. So I like to think you both do exactly the same thing. You both go to hit each other at the same time and both nearly drop your weapons. Excellent. That is his turn. No, it's not. He's going to move. He's attempting to run, so he is going to provoke an attack of opportunity as he will attempt to run away
Take
from
it.
you. Yeah.
22.
That is a hit.
Yes.
Oh.
Finish him.
14.
Yeah, more than enough. He was bloodied, taken down to half by your Scorching Ray Tyr. The remaining 8 points are smashed away. Hero, how do you kill Balsag, the rat shepherd?
Like the hand sword goes back, he catches it like, and then carries on that downward smash.
And it just
running away.
arcs through him as like he attempts to run and falls away in different parts. And you are victorious and stand triumphant in this area. This area is known as the Great Hunter. Sadly, his hunting days are now behind him.
Such a shame. Boy.
Time to look.
Let's see.
Any treasure?
Upon their persons and around, the weapons on the board fetch just standard market prices. You have 2 spears, 6 javelins, a long sword, and a bastard sword. And can you roll 4d10 for me, please?
You can do this one, Hero.
Oh, thank you. 4d10.
Yep.
18.
Balsag had clearly been using his rat's nests as a way to like hide coin. The rats being natural, like would naturally just protect their nests, so he's been stashing coins in there, and you get 18 gold pieces from the nest.
Okay.
9 each.
I finally got over 200.
Yeah, it all melts up eventually.
207.
Very good.
Hey.
So yeah, you are standing in this cavern, and yeah, it falls away into this rocky cave-like area. whereas where you were in before looked like it had been carved in some fashion.
Can we take a look in here?
You certainly can, and I'm going to quickly see if there's anything that explains about this.
And this little... what would you call it? Little bouldering... No, that's not right, is it? What is it? When you're climbing underground?
Oh, caving.
Caving. There's another word, I think.
Oh, right, okay.
Spelunking?
Sure, spelunk. Let's spelunk.
Yeah, you can continue on your way. It's a narrow passage, so you have to squeeze to get through.
What's it like?
Very narrow.
Yeah,
Just
very
goes on and
narrow.
on.
It does go on and on and on. And you keep going round in these corners until eventually you see an opening. This isn't numbered in any way, so let me quickly just make sure that I've got the right thing again, just in case. This appears to wind away into darkness, and eventually, Tia, you notice that it opens up to a gulf of darkness. You are certain. In fact, give me a knowledge arcana check.
Okay. 12.
You know this to be a deeply magical place. You can kind of sense it from the bioluminescence. It appears to be laced with magic. You can tell that this is, if you were to continue on this direction, you would delve into the Underdark.
Well, let's not go that way then.
It also looks like a direct exit from this area. So should you need to leave and just delve into the darkness, aka go on a different adventure, that's the way you go.
Right.
Because that just leads
Yes,
off
I take
into
that
the
way. I
darkness.
leave him there.
But where's he gone?
It's funny because that section doesn't have a number, but I know that I remember reading somewhere that that's where that went. It just vanishes off into the darkness, off the map, into the Underdark. There is a connected adventure, I believe, from this one to something along those lines, which we can discuss another time.
I'll come back and tell Hero, well, if you ever fancy visiting the Underdark, that's the one.
Oh. But help Goblin.
Yes, probably not for now, is it?
Okay.
You turn and you look, that obviously needing to go back the other way, you see the dragon is watching with a curious and dare I say mischievous glint in its eye.
I'll turn to Tyr and say, what's the dragon doing?
Wait, your turn to...
Meepo.
Oh, to Meepo,
I
gotcha.
read my own character.
I'll turn to myself. What is he doing?
He gave a battle cry in Draconic. There is an ancient tradition amongst the dragon kind. It is known as Zorfintal, the great game of the dragons. If you were to think of a comparison, it would be a Jarrett board, which is the equivalent to chess. and in this regard, we will be his pawns.
Oh, so he was using us.
Okay.
Why this? Why here, though? We've fought other things and you've been involved. What?
He is not hungry.
Right.
You
filled
do
up on
you do
Hobgoblin,
remember
really.
that he has just eaten quite heartily, so had no real motivation to join in this fight.
Well, maybe we should rest here then, and allow him to regain some hunger and allow us to regain some spells.
Yes, we must watch the well. It is dangerous in these parts. We should hope that our presence goes unnoticed.
How loud was that battle, do you think?
Well, you recall Balzac roaring insults at you regarding introducing you to the cook pot and stuff, but you're also in quite like a wide area. Like that chamber that you're in beforehand is pretty broad, and you don't hear anything coming. It's not like an alarm has been sounded or anything, but you don't know. You don't know if there's going to be patrols coming this way. You don't know. You don't know what is it down here, really, other than the hint of that sage-like figure that Durnn made reference to before you did battle. He said that there was like a druid-like figure that had descended here to tend to the tree known as Galthias.
What do you think, Hero?
Hero will look at Tyr. You not well. We sit.
Fine.
Oh God!
Sit. As he's shrinking, he's just going to push you to the floor and like.
Yeah, very good. You're able to make some kind of camp here. Then, is there going to be a watch in place?
Yes, I think probably there should be, shouldn't there? We can
Pardon me.
do a watch between the three verbal characters.
Yeah, very good.
Yes.
Of course, Tyr is an elf, so just needs to. Well, I guess he still has to meditate.
Okay. So can one of you? Can you roll me a D4 or a D? No, just roll me a D3. Actually, you don't need to roll a D. Roll a D3. 1 is Tyr, 2 is Hero, 3 is Meepo.
2.
Hero, on your watch, then you are alarmed to hear a door open. You don't need a listen check. It's quite like it's not like it's been attempted to like be quiet or anything. The door down in the chamber beneath open and then close. Boom. And then you see two goblins are wandering into Compost Central down there. What's alarming to see, Hero, is that they have like a blazing purple glint in their eyes, and they move not unlike skeletons or constructs, just walking about with kind of like a lifelessness to them almost. Though your instincts as a paladin, Hero, tell you they're not dead, they're not undead or anything, but are walking about and kind of like look almost nonchalantly around the area before then making their way back where they came from. And then there is a kadum, and the door closes behind them.
The whole bit here, it wasn't breathing. It was just...
But other than that, nothing else disturbs you, but it's clear that there is some villainy afoot here.
I don't want to wake the others up, so I just say, remember? 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 He looks around and he realizes just something like, no, he does. Oh, I've got parchment in my bag.
What?
Is he?
What are you talking
can he
about?
write?
He's not illiterate. Oh, but he is really thick.
So you might forget that you saw that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so hero.
Or the
is
exact details.
I love that.
He writes down
What does he write down?
gobs,
Gobs.
perp, weird. All spelt wrong, of course.
Naturally.
And then in big writing, not dead.
Okay.
And then he does two really bad looking faces. Just remember those two of them. Just puts it to one side and then feels much better. Like, okay.
Good work, hero.
Hero done well. Hero no.
That is the only report you receive then, as you are able to rest, you're able to get your level back in health. Also, you will naturally regain a point of constitution here.
Yeah, I'm up to 7.
Oh, good.
That does give me extra health, though.
That's good.
I think.
Better than Nout.
Oh, no, should it? No, it shouldn't have.
Once it takes you over to the next threshold or whatever it is.
Yeah, it should still be 6.
So, it's almost like no time has passed at all. The same grim remains surround you, the same dank cave. How do you proceed?
Hero gets up, and as he's getting ready, he looks at the note and goes, "Oh, ah!" And he just shows it to Tyr, like, "Look."
Ah. Can you read it? I can't read your handwriting.
Goblins, not
How
dead.
many?
3.
How many fingers have you got up there, hero? You want to try again?
1.
Maybe one more time?
2.
Very good.
2.
What is your intelligence, by the way?
-3.
Amazing.
Jesus.
This is such a group of thickos, by the way. Both of us.
And you're astonished to see that upon like some of the rock above you, upside down, Calcryx has frozen himself a stalactite of ice that hangs there, and with the beats of his wings, he flies down and licks his lips. His saliva freezing as he does.
Hungry again. Dragon friend.
Yes, it is time we find more enemies.
Excellent. I will
Could you shrink
cast...
me down, please?
Of course. You're back to normal.
I'm going to cast Mage Armor and Light of Linear on myself again.
Yes, very good. You return back to Compros Central then, and you have a number of doors to decide on for your path, or two.
Hero's pointing at this one. Goblins that way. From there.
Okay, so should we take that door second? Should we try the door at the bottom first? As we know, that one's dangerous, presumably.
You smart one.
I think the thing with Tyr is he's charismatic enough to appear smart, but he's very much not. He's not as thick as Hero, but he's not clever.
He's got the confidence to appear so, though.
Yeah, exactly. Pow.
So there is a tunnel here that just leads you to the next area.
Toilet.
Ah!
Oh no, he's back.
Welcome back. You froze for a bit.
Me?
Where does it lead? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the tunnel, it opens to a tunnel and it leads into the next area. You can see some kind of opening from there that goes into a wider rocky area, but from what you can tell, that's all you can tell from where you are at the moment.
Hero, look.
That's a good lad.
Yeah, you begin making your way down there then, Hero. Let me quickly get the right
Yeah, I'll stop halfway.
thing. Yeah, you start halfway, and that'll be enough for you to determine at least what is described here. The tunnel is interrupted by some past geologic violence that rent the earth. The tunnel continues past the rift. So there is basically like a huge opening that you are coming towards that rips through the complex that you're exploring here. So you can see that the tunnel would carry on a bit further down, but then there's this tear where some tectonic plate or shifting stones has torn its way through this area.
Very interesting.
Pardon me. You can give me a spot check if you like.
Oh, I'd love to.
15.
Cool.
Eight.
So you're too busy looking at the lofty heights that stretch up into the darkness above you and to either side of you. Hero, your eyes fall on this direction here, and in fact it's here that I'm tagging. You can see some dance of light and shadow, flames flickering from a passageway here, bright lights kind of dancing down there.
Dancing light.
Yeah, not as the
Tyr.
spell. Yes.
Look.
Do they look magical or do they just look like flame?
Blazing fire is what what you can tell from there, and yeah.
Let's take a peek, I suppose.
Yeah, as you turn the corner, you can see that there is like a definite shift in the level of light. It goes from quite dim, only lit by that bioluminescence, to flickering with fire. It's light source coming from around the corner of that chamber that you're looking into there, this cavernous chamber. Oh, let me see if there's a description of this area that you're looking into. The rift widens, creating a stone antechamber, and there are small 1-foot diameter holes that riddle this node, and a fiery light shines out from them.
An antechamber, eh?
An antechamber, yes.
The opposite of a chamber.
Discussing what an antechamber is the other day.
I actually did do a look up. And
Did you actually?
It's a small room that precedes a big room.
Precedes a big room, yeah, gotcha. We were correct, that's good to know.
It just, maybe not a bigger room, but it precedes a room.
Yes. The amount of antechambers that we've experienced in D&D, you can't just go into a big room. You need to go through a small room and then into a big room or a corridor. It's the way of things.
It's how you show you're really fancy. If you can afford a small room before your bigger room.
Before your bigger room, yeah. You're preparing people to go into the room with another room.
It's just gradual increase in size, so as not to shock them too much going into the big room.
Absolutely.
Calcryx, I've not been able to move, but I have been moving Meepo.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll move in with you. And yeah, you can see like the source of that flickering fire. As you turn round that corner, Hero, you are astonished to see that, yeah, the fire blazes heavily. Let me try and find Calcryx. He's been left behind, hasn't he?
He's in the compost room. Compost Central.
Compost Central. He'll come back to be next to Meepo. There we are. Allow me to describe further what you see. I've lost our place, so I'm just going to tag myself back there. There we are. Right. All of a sudden, Hero, oozing from the wall, you feel a sudden, deadly, terrifying heat pass through the room. You see a worm-like creature pushing itself out of solid rock. It burns with fire and light. Its sinuous form is segmented and it glows orange. It glows with an orange-white heat. You can give me a Knowledge Arcana roll.
I got a 12.
It's not enough. Fortunately, you don't know what this creature is. However, like from just seeing it and being near it, you can tell that this thing burns with a fire that can clearly pass through solid, cold rock. And it's as that heat begins to pass across you, as this thing begins to push itself towards you, that I think is going to be a great time for us to take a very short break. So, for those of you watching simply on YouTube, we aren't streaming today because we've decided to play on a weekend, a rare treat for us on Roll the Bones. So we just decided to record. But please, when we usually play, we do go live on Twitch. So please hop on by on Twitch and hit that bell so you're notified when Roll the Bones goes live and those bones begin to roll. And of course, when you're watching on YouTube, if you wouldn't mind giving us a like and a subscribe, and let us know in the comments what you would do when faced with a fiery worm in the dark. Not a euphemism. We'll be back after these short messages.
What's the short message?
I don't know. And we are back, and we return. We immediately go into battle. A fiery worm creature boring its way through the walls of this cave just erupts in front of you, Hero. But you You're not the first to act, but neither is it. Tia, you act first. You see around the corner this fireworm blossoming into flame. What do you do?
Yeah, that's a good question, because it is gonna be resistant to fire. I'm gonna step forward to get a better look at it, I guess, and then I will send... I guess my only option really is to send 2 blasts of the Light of Lunia at it.
Okay, very good.
So I shall do that. 21 on its touch.
Yeah, it's a hit on its touch.
And the second one, 22.
Both hits on its touch. Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So it's 1d6 for each, so it's 2d6 total, I believe. I'll just double check. Because my mind is... I actually think they're all 1d6 against things. Yeah, so it's obviously not undead because it's on fire. 7 points of damage.
Very good. And what kind of damage is it?
That is...
Is it like Radiance of 5th edition thing? I don't know what light would be. Positive energy?
Untyped.
A ray of light is all it says, yeah.
Well, if it doesn't say, then that's what it does. So absolutely, then in that case, it does. The light meets the fire, and it pushes back the shadows that the light of this thing throws. And yeah, you do 7 points of that damage, and it reels, clearly reacting to this, clearly angry, but also weirdly feeling around as if it's. At least as if it doesn't have eyes, it's able to perceive you in ways that you can't even think about. And it just immediately moves forward with purpose, with a terrible amount of speed. It just moves forward, and as it does, it appears to leave like a burning channel in the ground as it does. And you feel the heat radiating from this thing as it lurches forward. Hero, what is your touch armor class?
Oh,
Touch.
10.
10, eh? This thing lurches up, so it's like kind of like pushes itself up, so it's like feeling out the route in front of it like an earthworm almost, and then it almost falls forward to try and hit you, but you just are just not able to move out of the way just in time, not enveloped by the fire. That is its turn. Hero, it is your turn.
Well, I'm going to retaliate.
Very good.
Smack it. Cut it in half.
Smack it 1.
I cut it in twain. 18.
18, unfortunately, is not a hit.
I've done myself a disservice. 19.
That is a hit.
Its armor class is 18.
It is.
Excellent. In that case... Huh? Oh, 1S. Oh, that's why. 1D8.
You need to roll dice, not S's.
Yes. Don't know what 1S8 would be, but who knows. Oh, Maximilian damage. 12.
Damage.
You do
Yes.
12 points of damage as you slice into this creature. And it gives this like roaring, almost cry of anguish as you smack it with your weapon, and even touching the creature delivers recompense upon you, hero. You take 2d6 points of fire damage. 4 points of fire damage ripples up your arm as the flames just go straight up the sword, straight through your armor, and burning you. That was hero. Meepo, sensing danger and hearing the cries ahead, will move 5, 10, 15, 20. He's got line of sight there. He's going to loose an arrow. But it bounces from the cave wall, missing, sadly. Calcryx, seeing the fire as an affront, gives a cry, and with a beat of its wings, Calcryx takes flight. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Will land there, and the Thrakwa, as it is named, is going to make a reflex saving throw as ice hurtles towards it as Calcryx uses his breath weapon. And fails. Calcryx envelops this creature in ice, and it is super effective. So he does double damage. So his usual 2d6 become 4d6 of ice.
Ooh.
14 points of ice damage, cold damage. And this thing is almost covered over in ice, and then there is a great plume of steam as the flame erupts anew. The creature burns with a brightness yet. We're back to the top of the round. Tia, this thing is clearly rekindling itself. What do you do? Oh, I think you're muted, mate. I can't hear you.
Apologies, it's because I was eating. Seeing the super effectiveness of the ice, Tia will cast the level 0 spell Ray of Frost as a cheap way to get damage. 13 on its touch. I suspect that might be a miss.
Is a hit on his touch.
Oh, excellent. And did you say it's double damage if it's ice?
Yes, because it is. He is vulnerable to cold damage, so that means, yeah, you are going to do double damage with your ice.
Excellent. In which case, Tia picks up a Felion and points him at the fireworm like a fire extinguisher. And a Felion goes, "Meh." As 4 points of damage erupt onto the...
And what is it like as Athelion the fire extinguisher extinguishes the Thrakwa as it only had 2 HP left from Calcryx's assault?
Amazing. Yeah, it's so the whole room just fills up with this like it is just like a fire extinguisher that's firing out like carbon dioxide. Everything goes like frosty and like it's gassy, and then when the air sort of clears, Tia's coughing in the gas, and then when the air clears, the fiery worm is no more.
Perfect. Calcryx lifts his head high and gives a roar of victory, beating his wings. The crystals of ice forming across this thing, and Aphelion being the one to freeze it to death.
Aphelion joins Calcryx. He lifts his little beak and flaps his little wings in sort of copying the white dragon.
You don't know whether it's a trick of the light or perhaps some jest, but you could swear that there's a look of appreciation that Calcryx gives Aphelion, a reverence, perhaps a shared a respect there. You noticed they had actually interacted once before when you rested. They sort of sized each other up, so they clearly have an understanding. But Calcryx isn't done. He actually will approach the creature, and then with his large snout, he'll begin snuffling at the remains of the thing before picking it up in its jaws and then smacking it repeatedly against the wall of the cave. He does this for some time, and you just watch as the dragon just smacks this thing again and again and again, even though it's dead. But then you see that the dragon has instincts that that few other creatures have: the instinct to find wealth and power. In this case, it's wealth. He begins smacking this creature so hard that its crystals within fall away, and you find some treasure crystallized within it. Let's see what it is. So these are Thoaka crystals. Some Thoaka develop crystal concentrations. So this Thoaka has 2 sapphires inside it, which are worth 50 gold pieces each. So you can just add the gold to your totals if you like, 50 gold pieces each.
Yeah.
Victory against the Thoaka, or Thoaka, I can't really pronounce the name, which are really dangerous. Like, if you hit them, you get fire damage, and if they hit you, they get their slam damage and fire damage on top of that.
Do they have a burrowing speed?
Yeah, they do.
I was going to say, did Ash...
Yeah, I think I summoned them as Ash the Druid.
Yeah, they're nasty,
way back when. Yeah.
His next move was going to be to burrow on his next turn and then erupt to catch you unawares. That's the way that they fight, but no good against the party that explore the Sunless Citadel this day, and the Twilight Grove, of course. Victory. Let's see. I did describe the chamber. That was all that it gave me, which was the rift widens, creating a stone antechamber, and it explains about the many holes that the Thrakwa has made burning in and out of this chamber. Nothing else of interest, it seems.
Excellent. Let's return to the path we were on, I suppose.
Yes.
Should we go straight down or right? I know you're a completionist, so you probably say straight down.
I don't mind, and Hero would just be like...
I will recast Light of Linear while we're deciding just to...
Hero will just go this way and just poke his head down to see what's further this way.
Yeah, this continues to be more of an intentionally carved walkway rather than naturally formed. Oh, sorry, I was looking at the wrong place. Where you're going, the rift continues, and it appears to continue until it reaches like a man-made, or at least an intentionally made wall about here. You can see that it meets like brickwork there.
Yeah, gotta love dark vision.
Yeah.
That may meet up.
Yeah, so you could go south, continue going south if you like, down that path. Yep, so you want to go down that way? Okay, cool. So you continue down that pathway. And you see that there is a door. Rusted and iron.
This looks like a job for a hero.
As I slowly creep to the door.
Are you actually creeping to the door, or are you just walking to the door?
No, I just walk into the door. I will attempt to open the door. The door is locked.
It is locked, but you sense that it does give a little when you pull it. You surmise that if you have strength about you, you'll be able to heave this thing wide. You can give a strength check for me, please. DC 18.
Hero takes a couple of steps back. Charges.
You did just say it's a pull door, but never mind.
It doesn't matter.
It
doesn't matter that it's a pull door because you naturally push it rather than pull it. And it flies open. Bam! And inside there is a well-written description. Faded mosaic tiles still cover parts of the wall, but most have fallen and shattered. Situated at the centre of the chamber stands a slim pedestal of rusted iron, shaped like an upright dragon. In the dragon's mouth rests an empty tray.
I guess it's wanting an offering.
You can give me a survival check or a spot check.
I'll happily give you a spot.
I'll attempt a spot. 16.
23.
So you see that there is a kind of a groove where something would have rested here, but does so no longer, and you can also tell that there's heavier dust around like the shape of the outline than what's in it. But obviously something was here, but was taken a little while ago, long enough for the door to be difficult to open again, put it that way. So a long time ago, but this used to be the home of some item or artifact that was precious enough that it demanded such a resplendent pedestal.
Right.
So something important went here once.
But it was just a holding, it's not something that would open or...
You don't need to give me a knowledge arcana. You don't sense that anything would be activated here magically. You don't get anything of that. This looks like this was like some kind of ceremonial place.
Cool.
Okay, cool. Nothing else of note here, it would seem.
It would seem. Just going to walk around the room.
Yeah, you walk around the room. You stretch your legs.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, nothing else to ask of you here right now.
Should we go up the what was the thing called?
Well, this was known as the Rift, the description. So yeah, this is some kind of geological rift. Yeah. So in that case, then you pass that way. Let me quickly check what number we're on. Okay, we're moving on to 47. So the pathway continues this way, and nothing appears to impede you as you continue on your way. You see that this rift opens up, as mentioned to Hero earlier. Hero saw this. This ends up merging with brickwork. So obviously something intentionally crafted. Perhaps more work of this dragon cult that you'd heard the kobolds mention at one point when you negotiated with them.
Oh.
You see that there is a room. And does it say anything about this? Yeah, just this. You don't have any knowledge or understanding of what this room is. It just appears empty. That it opens into. Peering out, however, of that door, you can see that there are marble columns carved with reliefs of dragons and the like. I should try and give Calcryx, I'll get Calcryx controllable to you. There is a description that I need to read to you here now, then, so bear with me. I'm just gonna give Calcryx controller to you as well. Okay, can you just check to see if you can move Calcryx around?
I have control.
Wonderful, yeah. If you wouldn't mind hanging on to him as well, that'd be great. Yep, so this brings us to the next description. Let's see, this is 47, as I mentioned. 2 rows of dragon-carved marble columns march the length of the hall, though most are completely smothered with luminescent fungus. The cobbled floor is cracked and stained with much use, and it holds many small wooden tables. Table contents includes mortars and pestles, bowls with crushed leaves and chopped fungus stalks, and other plant specimens. The many doors leading off this hall are partly open, and sounds are audible from beyond them. You can hear kind of like a chittering noise, a noise that you're becoming familiar with, the noise of goblins, but there's almost like a monotonous tone to the goblins' witterings coming from around this area in general, that you can't see any just yet, but you can hear them.
Shall we continue?
Yeah, you're looking into these areas and you're seeing Hero, a familiar sight, your memory forgotten to the point that you had to write a note to it, but now it all comes crashing back, Hero. You see goblins with kind of vacant stares, eyes glimmering with a purple light, a light perhaps of some malignant influence controlling them. They appear to be going about their business, sort of unfazed by your presence. There appear to be a number of rooms, and there could be anything within. You would have to check each one to learn, but yeah, it appears to be some kind of common place for these mind-controlled goblin commoners. What do you do?
Does it look like they've seen us?
They do sort of make note of you. Can you give me a spot check, please?
18.
10.
Hero, you notice that there is a goblin commoner here that looks at you from that open door there. You see where I tagged just there? The one lower than you? Yeah. Appears to be looking at you and then diverts its attention to something else that's behind the door that you're not currently able to see from your position there.
Is it like he's trying to tip Hero off to that, or is he just distracted by it?
It's difficult to tell. He just like looks at you, Hero, and then does this, and looks at something else, and then back to you.
Hero's going to pop his head into the room. Oh?
You pop your head into the room, and as you do, a vicious strike sails down at you. A surprise attack from a goblin. A spiked club hurtles out at you, Hero. But how do you react in time?
Oh, I mean, maybe Hero actually has enough common sense to look where the goblin was looking. Went, oh, just enough to move back a step.
Roll initiative.
Oh my.
9. Again!
Natural 20.
Tear the quick.
Yeah, that's pretty great. And then Meepo and Calcryx. Tia, you react first. You see Hero recoil.
I think it looks like he's just somebody tried to hit him, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. You know something's up. Something's gone for him. Yeah.
He'll just reactively cast Scorching Ray immediately.
Okay, yeah. You don't have line of sight on the guy because he's round behind the corner there. So
Can I see him there? I can sort of see him on the map.
If you can see him, then yeah, sure. He should be obscured by that corner. But if you've got oh yeah, you can get him there. Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know if you want to give him some cover bonus.
I think I will actually. He'll get +2 for half cover.
14 to hit.
That's his touch, isn't it?
Yeah.
His touch with the +2 is 14. That is a miss, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's okay.
Bam! It explodes off the wall, unfortunately. Anything else on your turn?
No, I took a step to get him in sight and took an action.
This goblin is going to try and smash you with his spiked mace, Hero, but fails. Swinging hard. There is an eruption of noise as another goblin lurches out from this door. 15, 20, 25, 30, and closes on you, Tia. He swings another vicious-looking club at you. 19 to hit.
That's a hit.
Oh no!
Oh no. It is a single d6 of damage. 5 points of damage.
He knocks me to 1 hit point.
Oh my god! You literally feel the wind and sense knocked from you. He just smashes you. Your breath just is thrown from you, and you stagger wildly as this goblin just completely comes out of nowhere and belts you one. Oh my god! How it turns on a dime! My goodness, that was the goblin's turns. It is now Meepo and Calcryx. Meepo will go 5. 10 and loose a shot at the one that has just smashed you, Tia. He adds +5 to his attack and looses the shot. Sadly, not enough to hit the goblin's normal armor class of 15. It sails over him and the goblin snarls at the kobold, his natural enemy. Calcryx is immediately on the goblin. He lands easily next to him. And can actually fly all the way around him with his movement, so will to get the flank bonus, and he's going to try and tear his head off with a bite. +5 for Calcryx. That is a hit. The Wyrmling, as small as he is so ferocious and does 4 points of damage against the goblin, which is enough. Just slat it basically. Calcryx lands on the goblin. It's his feet claw into the goblin's chest, and then with his mouth just goes bam and just bites into his face. And is beating his wings as he drags him to the ground and just savages him on the ground until he is dead. That is his turn.
Good one.
He does good sometimes. And Hero, it is your turn. You are beset by this other ambusher.
It dodged, but I heard the cry behind me as I saw Tyr wounded and staggered. So Hero will go 5, 10 around the pillar and go, "Hey, buddy," as I use Lay on Hands on you to cure you of 5 hit points.
Ah, thank you. It's so kind. Back to full.
Back to full indeed,
Hey,
and
buddy. Just tapping you on the back.
Oh, ruthless. As you do that, then that's your turn. Is that, Hero?
Mm-hmm.
In that case, we're back to the top of the round. Tia, you feel life return to you, and you're fighting fit, ready to go. What do you do?
I will cast light or fire the light blue near that I've got currently cast. The goblin behind the door. That's gonna miss. So I'll fire again. You bastard.
That was that's a hit, and that was for the touch AC, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That's the second one does hit.
3 points of damage.
That glances on him, and you hear a shriek as he is wounded but not outright killed from the blast. With that, then, it is now his turn. And he is going to pursue who he tried to ambush. The goblin runs out. And you notice in the light, you can see that his eyes also appear to blaze purple, but more ferociously than the commoners. This goblin is almost like he's being puppeteered into this situation. He swings that spiked club at you, Hero, for 11. It smashes uselessly against the pillar next to you. And Meepo is going to loose a shot at him. Oops. So that's 15 to hit. That would actually miss. And then Calcryx is going to do a full round of attacks. No need. He has 1 HP, so we're just going to assume that all of his attacks land. Calcryx, that's the bite, just rips the goblin's throat out, and as it stands there like black blood oozing from it, it doesn't even react. It just sort of just stands there and then dies, collapsing to the ground. Not even like a shriek of pain. And with that, the ambush is over. The goblins are defeated. The commoners in these rooms sort of like maintain their grim day-to-day business. They don't appear to be doing anything other than just living their lives, but are aware of you in some form, and obviously had awareness enough to look from you to an ambushing goblin. So it is curious to wonder like what control they have. There is some things to discuss about this common area. So let's see. Oh, okay. I don't know what these are. So there are a number of poultices here. That I mentioned that there were like lots of ingredients being mashed up in the mortars and pestles and the like. I'm not entirely sure what they're suggesting they are, though. A crude mashing, straining cask facility here allows the goblins to create goblin liqueur, which both they and others are fond of. 2 goblins have mashed this into potato-like roots into pulp. And there's 10 2-gallon casks of the end product of this kind of weird poultice that they've been making. Yeah, it's really strange, yeah.
Whatever it is, there's a shit ton of it.
There's a lot of repair materials for goblins to repair, like armor with cord and iron needles and leather patches and other crude implements for tailoring. And there's also the remains of a dire rat in there that has been looked like it's been experimented on, weirdly. A number of those pins of the twig blights that you went up against have been inserted into the rat in some mad way to try and join the two creatures in some way, but has clearly failed. It's a very peculiar thing to see. There are some bottles of some form of elixir or other. You can give me a knowledge arcana check, DC 15.
16.
Twig blight elixir. It cures the blight that twig blights can bestow upon you. You see that with the remains of this creature, you can tell that they would bestow constitution damage upon you, but this elixir restores it. 1d4 points of constitution damage can be healed from taking one of these drafts, and there are 2.
Specifically from...
No, it just says it's just for constitution damage, so it would work on your wyvern's poison as well.
Oh, then perhaps I shall take a draft.
Yeah, very good. So in that case, then you can roll a d4 and you return that amount of constitution to yourself.
Fantastic. 4.
That's what we like.
Yes. Back to full.
Back to
but
full.
I don't retain the health, do I?
I believe you'll need to rest or heal to get that health back, yes.
Yeah, the max health has gone up, but
yeah, your max health has returned. There's also some weapon stores, there's some battered short swords, and 30 javelins as well.
So many javelins.
Yes, they do like their javelins, goblins. There's loads more.
Seems you're staggering a bit, Hero will give you another pat on the back and be like, "You're okay, buddy," as you get another 2 hit points back from Lay on Hands.
Thanks, pal.
Oh, I just deleted myself as well. That was my parting gift.
Are you kidding me? You've deleted him. Can I undo this?
No, Hero! Gone forever.
I was meant to delete how much Lay on Hands I had, but I was in the wrong
I think you're back.
I am back.
Yeah, there you go.
I am Roger Moore.
Yeah.
Such a...
Pat Sharp.
Is that Pat Sharp? Let's go. So, that is all you've discovered from this area, anyway.
Right. There is a door to the top right room. I don't know if you spotted that one, Hero.
Yeah, that one. Go back to mud.
No, north.
Oh. He looks around like this.
That one. That. Up. Not physically up.
Ah.
It's like blind leading the blind. You say this door leads to the mud room.
Yeah, that goes back to the Compost Central.
Compost Central.
Mm-hmm.
This looks like the only way to go then.
Doesn't it? Come on, Meepo.
Yep, so you go to that door there, and you open the door
Antechamber.
to find an antechamber!
An antechamber! The spookiest of rooms.
Yes, the anticipation chamber.
I shall go to the next door.
You open the
Another
door.
chamber.
There's another chamber. Yes.
You not get a description of the antechamber?
You don't. It's just a chamber. However, as you walk through the next door, you are soon to see that there is a large figure standing in your way. There is a bugbear. However, you will notice that he has a neutral token rather than a combat token. The reason being is that this bugbear that you're staring at appears to have the same affliction as the goblins. A sort of purple hue kind of glows in his eyes as if he's under some influence or other. You notice that the bugbear doesn't really have much of a problem with your presence and actually works at the roots and weeds that grow in this room here. Let me actually read the description. Nodules of luminescence fungus hang from the ceilings and walls and grow in clumps upon the flagged floor. The vaguely nauseous light illuminates portions of grand bas-relief carvings on the stone walls that are not covered with the self-same fungus. So wordy. The carvings all consist of dragons in various stages of raining fire down upon terrified elves and humans, dwarves and other peoples. Soil and compost cover half the chamber floor, which allow for a variety of grasses to grow, and a bench containing simple gardening implements stands along the west wall. And it is at this stand the bugbear moves back and forth, because he appears to be gardening. He has a trowel and some secateurs and gloves on, and appears to work the roots and blossoms and fungi that grow here, and pays you little heed.
He's just a fun guy.
Yeah. You seem nice.
Maybe nice isn't the word. Indifferent, yeah. It was probably the case. You
True.
Don't know what his deal is. He does look at you. It's not like he's blind to you. He can see that you're there, but moves about you, continues his task. He appears to be like the goblins in the back. Like, he appears to be making something with like a poultice, some kind of. He's trying to make a poultice with the equipment that's there, some kind of fertilizer almost, it appears.
Gross.
Yeah, it is.
Should we go north?
Yeah?
Closest door?
North, okay. Let's quickly drag this up here and let's see what that is. Okay, that's 48. Oh, this is part of the same one. So this is part of the same chamber. Yeah, you see a wheelbarrow and you see... Hang on, let me check something. Yeah, both of these are 48. That's cool. Yeah, so there's like more gardening implements and stuff, and clearly more work that the that the bugbear has been up to. Oh yeah. He's clearly doing something with the roots and the soil and the like. There is a door beyond, further up, and then there's one to your right as well.
Your choice, Eric.
North. Here is
You know which way north is.
That way. Ooh.
You open the door, and there's a similar vibe, by the looks of the art, at least, to Compost Central. But there appears to be figures inside. Let's see what it says. Luminescent mists blur the edges of this octagonal chamber. Nodules of glowing fungus dot both the stone walls and ceiling, as well as the caps of toadstools and mushrooms. Small polyps, puffballs, lichens, and less identifiable growths. The humid air reeks with rot. And there is a creature here.
Creature?
Is there meant to be a creature here, or is he just there? Oh, that's you. I'm so sorry. You'd already stepped in. I was like, there's something in there.
It's a very ugly orc.
Yeah, it's a massive ugly orc. What's he doing?
Hey.
I was like, what is that? Yeah, that's what you find. It's some kind of arboretum.
And then, what's this to the left?
It appears that is a doorway. Let me bring up the map on this screen here. Oh yes, this leads into a different area. Yeah, so that's the doorway that leads in. You can just walk through that. Though nothing prevents you from proceeding to Area 50.
Oh, we're getting close to Area 51, everyone.
So, as you make your way through, you enter this rather ornate-looking place. Dragon-carved granite blocks tile this chamber's walls and ceiling, though many are crumbled and broken, creating stony debris on the floor. A huge marble statue of a rearing dragon still stands in the curve of the western wall. The eye sockets of the dragon are empty, but a red glow lingers there, providing reddish light throughout the chamber. The effulgence casts an inky shadow behind the statue's wide wings. A crumbling 5-diameter circular redstone tile is inset in the floor in front of the rearing dragon carving. Runes are carved around the circular tile's inner edge.
I realise I forgot to recast Light of Lumiere, so I'll do that now.
I think there's a gap in the dynamic lighting, but
Oh yeah, once again, let me
I've not gone
amend.
too far.
Let me amend that immediately. Bloody wizards of the coast.
All good by the looks.
Yep.
Bloody wizards.
Bloody wizards! There is something very peculiar about this chamber. There's something just generally off-putting about it. Many creatures have had visions of this particular statue. A story that your heroes won't be familiar with, but that we are. All sorts of people have had dreams of this, including a halfling cleric that saw wings wide before he was killed by an undead dark knight of a bugbear. You remember that you had like a vision, right, of the dragon wings wide?
Yes.
It is of this symbol here. But obviously that was meant for your characters to survive Dark and Stormy Night to then come to this adventure, which you didn't, so it doesn't matter, but I'm telling you it anyway. Yeah, there's something really strange about this area, though. Something quite off-putting and weird.
Something to look behind.
As you move behind their hero, I would like you to make a spot check, please. And actually, as you do that, this will probably trigger enough for Tia to get that spot check as well. So both of you go ahead and do that.
4.
5.
Oh no, hero.
Nothing.
Could you leave your token there, please, where you were,
Yep.
please? Thank you. So as you're there, I'm afraid that's exactly where you need to be. I just need to find the right entry in my notes. Very, very sorry. What is your touch armor class?
10.
He's sorry. He's so sorry.
I'm so sorry. You move into the shadow of this vast winged statue, and it's almost like the shadows around you begin to ripple with the understanding of your presence. And then from the wall that you're standing by, a almost wing-like arm reaches through the stone. Completely incorporeal, a darkness touches you, hero. A shadow. With that touch attack, you take 2 points of strength damage. As the shadow then emerges fully here. Wrong layer. And like pulls itself through the wall into this space. And I ask you, roll initiative.
Uh-oh.
What is it?
7.
12. Not the time to be rolling low.
Not the time to be
Still
rolling low.
higher than mine.
Aha!
Team Dragon.
Yeah.
Or Shadow. Who knows?
No, that's Meepo and Calcryx's initiative. And the Shadow goes first because it has a higher initiative modifier.
Oh, no.
I'm so sorry. Listen, at least you can see the rolls, you know what I mean? That's the benefit of this. It's not like I'm being mean, it's just how the bones have fallen. So that is Shadow, Meepo and Calcryx, then followed by Tia and then Hero. Ouch. The Shadow will reach for you again, Hero.
Oh.
Oh my god. But whatever piety that has led you to your position here, Hero, whatever that faith is, it defends you here. Whether it's sheer luck, whatever it is, it doesn't manage to touch you again as it steps into the waking world, incorporeal and deadly. That is its turn. And that is Meepo's. I've just realised I should probably bring up the Shadow on the SRD because I just need to check something. Pretty sure it is incorporeal. Yeah, it is. So that means that it has the 50% mischance thing, right?
Well, against magic.
Yeah. Doesn't actually say that on its sheet. It just says incorporeal, so I imagine it's just the basic incorporeal means that it's 50% mischance to ignore any damage from a corporeal source, except in a few things. Okay, cool. Yeah, so it has to be magic to hit it, and if so, then it gets a 50% chance to do so. Whether your characters know that, you know, whatever. I just wanted us to know that as players. That's its turn. Meepo doesn't know that, doesn't really understand what's happening, I don't think. Probably doesn't even see what's going on, but will run regardless. Let's see. I'm on the wrong layer again. There we go. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. There we go. And will attempt to shoot it regardless. And the basic arrow just passes straight through the Shadow, unfortunately. And it clatters there. Calcryx will fly to Meepo's side and eye the thing with a look of disdain. And that's all Calcryx is going to do. Because he can't reach him in his turn anyway, so he's just going to fly there and just look at it with suspicion. That is Calcryx's turn. Tia! You can give me a Knowledge Arcana check if you like to see if you know anything about the Shadows, to get any insight into them.
Yeah. 22.
I'm so sorry. It wouldn't be Arcana. They're undead. It's religion. So if it's not religion, then it's wisdom. So it would be wisdom based if you don't have that. I'm so sorry.
So it will be 18.
18. So you have heard the stories of shadows, and you know that they are incorporeal. You understand that the fact that you need to hit it with magic. Shadows in particular need to be fought with their antithesis to be fully effective. Light and positive energy is what's required. And all magical attempts will have a 50% mischance to ignore damage from a corporeal source, except for positive energy. and force effects.
Do I know if my Light of Lunia counts as either? It's not a force effect.
I'm going to say yes because it's called the Light of Lunia, and it is literally you fight with light. So yes,
Cool.
I'm going to say you do.
Tyr will sort of round the corner towards the shadow and yell to the others, "Your weapons are of no further use here."
So in that case, then you don't get the mischance because you're using light against it. However, you still need to hit the thing. So off you go.
Yeah. So 2 shots of pure light. 11.
It's a miss on his first touch, I'm afraid.
And 24.
A hit on the second touch.
So it does 2 damage.
Okay.
It's kind of strong.
That spark of light hits it, and it beams through part of it, and it just melts the shadow away. But then it recoalesces as it does so. But that is your turn, Tyr, I believe, right? Anything else?
It is indeed. Yeah, no, I moved them.
That brings us then to Hero. What do you do?
Hearing that his weapons won't be effective, Hero kind of panics for a bit and then looks at Tyr, and I think he will probably provoke an attack of opportunity. He's going to move.
Oh yeah, he absolutely will. Well, his basic attack is the incorporeal touch, which is what he did previously. So I'm afraid that's just going to happen again, sadly. So the incorporeal touch touches once more.
Yeah.
It just goes straight through your defenses, and I'm afraid does a further d6 points of strength damage. 3 points of strength damage, wilting your power away, Hero, as this thing is upon you.
Oh. Well. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and then I've gone round to protect Tyr, and I'm going to drop into partial defense. So that's +2 to my armor class.
Gosh.
Right, I just don't need to double check something very quickly.
I can do total defense. No action other than standard move. Get +4 dodge to AC for 1 round. So, yeah.
You notice, Tyr, you notice that there's some kind of arcane flourish that happens when Hero stomps by the red tile on the floor. It doesn't appear to be of any kind of aggressive thing, so probably won't concern you in the fight, but it's something that you notice as Hero moves by it. You move around there, and I'm so sorry, Hero. You reach him, and then what are you doing?
I'm going into total defense.
Total defense. Sorry, you did say, yeah. Okay. So that's Hero then. In that case, then we are back to the top of the round, and it's now the Shadow's actual turn. He's just going to attempt to touch you again. So what is your touch armor class now? You're in total defense.
Total
defense gives you +4, right? So it would be +4 to your touch.
So 14.
So you run away from it and then rush back to it. And then it touches you again. I'm so sorry, Michael. Yeah, okay.
That's okay.
It's one of those. Would you like to do a knowledge, wisdom, or religion check if you have it?
2.
You have no idea.
No clue.
You probably know it's undead. You probably understand that, from instinct. Yeah, but when
and I'm trusting it is like you can't hit it.
That's a further 2 points of strength damage. So that was 2.
Is it undead?
Was that 2, 3, and then 2? Yeah.
Oh, it should have rolled 2d6 against it.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm so sorry. You can roll that additional damage now, then, if you like.
Oh, thanks. Another 1.
That's fine. Yeah. So there was a little spark of light that was continuing to eat away in it, and then that 1 point of damage is served. Excellent. Okay. That was the Shadow's turn. All it needed to do was reach out and touch you. Gonna reach out and grab you. Meepo saw the arrow go through the Shadow and will just go Rah! And understand that he has nothing. He has nothing to hit the thing with. But we'll look to Calcryx. And Calcryx will bark that same word again and again and again in Draconic. But he will beat his wings 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 and go there. And that enables him... No, he can go here. And he'll hover in the air. So out of reach. And he will ask or make the Shadow do a reflex saving throw as he opens his icy maw once again. The Shadow must make a reflex of 12. Let's see if it can make it.
Undead and ice?
Undead and ice, you're absolutely right. Undead and ice. I thought because it's magic, or maybe it'll be different.
I wonder.
Let's have a look. The Shadow. Undead traits, so... it doesn't say anything on its actual thing, so if incorporeal creatures...
I was looking at undead, and there's nothing on there about cold damage, so maybe that's just skeletons.
Yeah, we'll do that, but of course there's the mischance, but it's a reflex, so it's not going to be a mischance, is it? He's just hitting the area of attack. So I will say that I mean, it succeeded the reflex anyway, so it will only take half of what Calcryx does. So Calcryx's breath weapon, 2d6 of ice. Oh, so half rounded down, 4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So 4 points of damage as the ice, whatever power that it lies within each dragon is enough for that to do some harm to the undead, for sure. Because dragons are dragons, man. That is Calcryx's turn, and he gives a roar of satisfaction to see that he has contributed to the battle. That is his turn. Tia. This undead creature is reaching out once again in the shadows of this place. What do you do?
So for things that are reflex saves,
Yes.
it makes the save it, but it will hit it. Is that right?
I'm saying yes because it's a mischance that it has. Like unless it's a 50-50 to see if the area of effect hits it. But I already said that it worked for Calcryx, so I'll say it works for you as well.
Cool. In which case, I will use the scroll of burning sphere.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
To put a burning sphere on it.
Okay.
It's a reflex or 2d6 fire damage.
Let's do the... I was going to find a token for the... Well, I'll find it in a second. So it's reflex. It will make... Hopefully. No, it doesn't. 7.
Aha. 2d6 fire. Six points of fire damage. It's engulfed in a burning sun. It's already tears preferred look.
We'll just pretend that it's there. So the flaming, it's fine. That's what we do most of the time. There's that burning sphere then, and it does that's 6 points of damage. Excellent.
Do you want to use a different DC, or do you just want to use my DC for future reference?
For its reflex, it would be the same over and over of your save.
No.
Yeah, he has to be your save. Yeah, that's how that works.
So it's 17.
Okay, for future use. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Anything else on your turn?
That is all I can move. I'm not going to.
Hero.
Hero, struggling to hold his shield up as he has been, turns to look at Tyr, looks back, and continues to go back into total defense. I will help my friend.
Okay. So you don't move?
No, I don't want Tyr at risk.
Oh my god. So valiant, so valiant. We're back to the top of the round. The shadow is not going to stop doing what it has been doing. Why would it? He's just going to keep trying to touch you, man. Just gets you with a touch.
Just
1 point of strength. Slowly eating away at your
Maybe don't
powers.
Continue to stand there if it's going to kill you.
The shadow just reaches out once again and saps more of your strength, hero. You're standing against the darkness, and it is prevailing. That is its turn. Meepo will continue to shriek and shout, unable to do anything. He has no magic upon him. He has no alchemist fires left. He has nothing to use against this thing. All he can do is scream to Calcryx, who now needs to see if when he regenerates his breath weapon. I'll roll it quickly. Hang on. 1d4.
Oh no.
So 4 rounds, and Calcryx is not going to engage in the life-sapping creature's antics. He claws his feet into the wall and hangs there like a bat. Sort of like waiting to see what it's going to do. That is Calcryx. Tia.
Reflex save on the shadow for the...
Of course, yeah.
Burning sphere.
And it was, what again? DC...
17.
17, it'll be lucky. No, it fails.
2d6 more fire. 8 points of damage this time.
What is it like as the fires of Tia blaze the shadow into nothingness?
Yes. So it's like the flaming sphere is like, it's modelled on the sun. So it just starts to burn away the shadow. It keeps trying to regenerate using bits of darkness it's pulling. But in the end, the light is just too much. And it shimmers away into just pure light.
And with that, it is banished. A dark disciple of the dragon cult is sent into the void forever.
I feel weird.
Yeah,
Thank you for protecting me, hero. How are you feeling?
My sword heavy.
How weak are you?
Heavy. With the belt on, I'm not in a negative modifier yet.
Are you in a positive one?
No.
It's on 0. Okay.
Well, that could be worse then.
It could be significantly worse, absolutely. Now, Tia, with that banishment of the shadow out of the way, your mind returns to the glimpse of flame almost that you saw flicker from the statue. Sorry, when Hero moved past the statue, particularly with that red tile. You see that there is a translation, and you remember seeing similar carvings upon the dragon riddle about the stars. You remember Draconic being carved into the wall very early on, and when the body was pinned to the wall and hiding the message. So you're beginning to recognise Draconic, even if you can't read it. You can give me a Knowledge Arcana roll, please, to determine whether you know something about this.
6.
You aren't able to work this out. However, you can tell that there is a source of immense magical benefit about this thing. If it can be worked out, it could be of significant use to you. So you don't work out now, but it could very well be worthwhile learning more about this. You think that there's something about you, something of your sorceress instincts tell you that this is connected to your power in some way. You remember your dream of the star-like constellation of the dragon and those stars shining upon you, Tia, and you can't help but think that this is somehow linked to that. You can also make me a search check, all of you, DC 18, to discover something secret about this room.
Nope.
Doesn't feel likely, but let's give it a shot. 15.
Not quite. I'll have Meepo search as well, just in case, but you never know. Look! He is so happy with himself. Behind the statue, there is a small hoard that has been tucked away into a loose fitting stone. Inside, there are 34 gold pieces, 2 flasks stoppered with clay in the shape of a dragon's head, 2 bottles of alchemist's fire, they are. There are also 2 cure light wounds potions inside.
Have you got any cure light wounds?
I have 1.
Do you want to take one?
Okay.
And I will drink one.
Yes, probably wise. Probably wise.
What is it? D8?
Cure light wounds is 1d8 for cure light wounds?
Yeah.
Yep. 1d8 plus...
Well, if you cast it, it'd be 1d8 plus 4, but depending who made it.
We'll say 1d8 plus 5.
Yeah, that would
Maximum.
fully healed me even if I was on 1.
Wonderful. Yeah, you are restored. You feel that if you were to rest here, you would probably be able to make some checks by investigating. It would be a magical investigation. But you could come back here if you wanted to see if you could learn the secrets of this place.
Meepo, do you read Draconic?
I'll understand a small amount from what Calcryx has taught me.
Calcryx, do you read Draconic? Meepo, what did Calcryx say?
And he begins reciting what the dragon begins to read. Serpenta Rao Kualuva Niowisti. And the dragon hisses and belches ice into the air, into snowflake fragments. And Meepo translates, "Let the sorcerous power illuminate my mind." It is what it says.
Let the sorcerer's power illuminate my mind.
Yes. It is as the magic mouth.
And if we look into the mouth, if I stand on the red square and look into the mouth, does anything happen?
No, but you're along the right lines, you seem to glean. You stand in the right place.
I'll cast Light of Lumiere on myself, because I would want to do that anyway.
Your power illuminates the inscription once again with your power, the power of your light beaming around you. Perhaps you need to say it.
Repeat their phrase?
Do you do so?
Yeah, why not?
As you do so, there is a burst of spectral fire that envelops you.
Oh god, no!
However,
Yes.
it does so harmlessly. It covers you from the head to toe. You are just shrouded with this spectral flame. Please roll a d6 plus 1.
Three.
Your charisma is boosted by 3 for 24 hours.
Wow, that's cool.
You have been imbued with the power of the dragons, and as such, because they are linked with sorcerers as well, they effectively apply you a bit of a boost, something that would have been well liked within the higher echelons of the dragon cult back in the day. It just happens that it serves an elven sorcerer this day.
Ah.
So,
stands in the aftermath of the fire and goes, "Oh no, it's fine." Very good.
Yes, very good indeed.
Shall we explore that little doorway there, hero?
Yeah, he's still a bit concerned. 1 week into, you're just engulfed in fire.
The intrepid heroes have entered what looks like another antechamber.
It's just all antechambers all the way down.
Apologies, it's not. No, it is actually a small library. Leaning and completely fallen stone bookshelves fill this chamber through a clear path. Though a clear path connects wooden doors on opposite walls, the litter of torn and burnt pages, bindings, and scrolls form disordered piles in corners. You can give me a knowledge arcana check, please.
15.
Yeah, so you determine that there are some arcane scrolls of worth amongst this this pile of papers. You find a scroll of pyrotechnics.
Ooh.
And you also find a scroll of Melf's acid arrow. You also find an unscathed tome of dragon lore written in Draconic, worth 150 gold pieces. And this will, if you can decipher it, give you a bonus to all knowledge checks dealing with dragons. But as you're not fluent in Draconic, you would have to work that out. Maybe it'll help you learn Draconic. Maybe it's probably worthwhile. The amount of times.
Like Duolingo.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this will be your Duolingo. Dragalingo. But that's all that you find in here.
Very good.
Look at that. Dynamic lighting.
Mm.
I guess, yeah, it's just ruined rubble and ruined holes in the... yeah.
Uh-huh.
There is a staircase beyond, and it says, underpass, a damp, crumbled steps descend sharply. A 10-foot wide, 8-foot tall stone corridor passes about 7 feet below to come out somewhere at the other end. So where you are at the moment, you're going to go underneath the room you've already been in.
Ah.
I'm curious. Is this your progress isn't saving again, is it?
Oh, there's no Explorer mode on.
Yeah, damn, I should have had that on. I'll fix that for when we play it again, don't worry. But for the time being, allow me to journey you to the right direction. If you want to go down that stairs, that is, it takes you to a separate section of the map, if that's where you want to go.
So.
Okay,
Yes.
if you all just bunch together in that, on the stairs, if you wouldn't mind, I'll move Calcryx. And, there we go. Perfect. Oh. Are you ready to jump?
Ah.
And then you come up. You estimate that all the vines and roots that you passed beneath it, you were moving beneath the arboretum. You waded through water and vines to get there.
Was it fetid water?
It was fetid. It was shit.
Worse than a British river.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I moved you.
Long corridor.
A very long corridor. Let's see what else is described. It's the same entry. So a damp, crumbled steps that ascend sharply. And, yeah, you're in a very, very long corridor.
There's a door down there.
There is, yes. There sure is.
There's another door down there.
You come to this door here, and it appears to be entirely made of metal, and deep set into the wall.
Let's bust it open. It's locked.
It is locked, yes.
Dang.
There's another door.
Should we try that?
You open the door, and I need to make sure that I have the right entry there. That is 54. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. 4 goblins are sorting through twig and root piles on the floor of this sagging chamber. The collapsed southern wall opens on a vast chasm. Pustules of luminescent fungus on the rough walls and high roof loom over a twilight grove of sickly briars and bushes and saplings and other woody plants. Ruined walls and hollow towers protrude from the briars like islands in the sea. That is all, like, beyond that chamber, downwards. But your pressing concern are the goblins that turn around and with a violent shriek move against you. Roll initiative.
Oh no, 10.
Oh wow, 18.
Let's go.
LFG.
Okay, so... And then... Cool, okay. Okay, so Hero got 18. Let's try that again. You have thrown the door wide, Hera, and these goblins all lurch to a standing, drawing vicious-looking implements ready to cudgel the life from you. But you, at first, what do you do?
Hero will charge a few steps in, drawing his sword, and strike at the nearest goblin.
There you go. You rush at Goblin 2 there. You may strike.
8.
8. You swing wide, and the Goblin ducks beneath your strike.
Hero's out of breath.
Yeah. Oh my God. The effort of your missing strength. My goodness. Anything else?
That's it.
Calcryx. Calcryx is going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Yeah, he's going to go there, and he is going to try and ice these two goblins here. And if he goes here, actually, he can get both, hopefully. So they are going to try and make reflex saves. They have a reflex of +1. My goodness. That's a fail. That's a 12 that they have to beat, and he didn't. There's sirens in this in this music. I didn't realise. The police are coming finally.
Been waiting so long for him to show up.
Yeah. Oh dear.
The Rosses.
We'll go with the Bloodgate instead. So both goblins are unable to hurl themselves away from danger. So because of that, they take 2d6 of ice damage. And both of them are eclipsed in ice and are immediately killed. Calcryx gives a soaring roar as they both collapse dead and smash into frozen pieces. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Meepo rushes in and is going to try and skirmish shoot the one that Hero went for. That is a hit. And that is 6 points of damage. That is a goblin also felled. I really enjoy playing D&D by myself, actually. So if you guys,
Who needs us?
yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna have all of these characters die against the characters that I'm controlling. So that is only one goblin there remains. And that is Meepo's turn as well. Tia, it's your turn.
Tia will also leap around the corner and fire at the goblin by the door, is that?
Yeah, so there's one goblin remaining by that door, that's right.
Great, so I'll shoot the crossbow. I'll use a +1 bolt because I'm not using it the rest of the time.
+1 bolt.
13, that's probably not
Glances from his shield, unfortunately.
That's alright, someone else will get him.
One of the dragonkin.
It is his turn, and he is going to see that the immediate defeat is upon them, so he is going to instead rush to try and alert someone, or at least try to. You see that glowing purple blazing from his eyes? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Who got there? He just double moves, avoiding the threat range of Hero. That is his turn. And we're back to the top of the round. Hero.
Is that
bushy
in the
growth.
here.
It's a tree.
Would it be cast as difficult terrain? Oh, then I can't.
It's like an actual tree that's sprouting out of the ground, so you'd have to go around it.
Yeah, that means I can't charge. Okay. For the first time, Hero will move this way. As he does, he'll shift to his short bow and attempt one shot. Thunk. 21.
The bolt flies true, slamming into the back of the goblin. Please roll your damage.
The arrow does 6 damage.
Oh my god, he should be using the short
Oh my
bow.
god! You rush through. Is it from the hip?
No, it's a short bow, so I've just got
Oh
to
right,
just...
of course. Sorry. So yeah, and the arrow flies true and slams into the back of the goblin and collapses to the ground like in the distance. It's like in a western, when the guy lets them run away for a while before then taking the shot and they just drop in the horizon. That's what happens to that goblin. The battle is done. Well, I say battle. There's no battle to be had. It was a decimation. Now, what is interesting is looking into this area, you see...
Ooh, it's massive.
It is massive, and this is the reason that this entry is entitled The Twilight Grove. Pale, spindly briars coated with tiny barbs pressed close. The violet light above casts nauseating shadows on the earthen floor, creating the illusion of movement along the branches, though no wind blows here. What is particularly terrifying to you, and this isn't involved in the text, but you will be able to see this regardless, is that far, far, far on the horizon of this grove, you see this massive dark shape, this twisting tree-like shape upon the horizon. It dwarfs everything else in this dark area. It can only be Galthias. And I think there is going to be a fantastic place for us to leave it. Because next time we are definitely going to complete the Sunless Citadel. So let me quickly drop us back into our landing page. And we will do what we always do on Roll the Bones. We will ask our players their thoughts at the end of the session, and we shall begin with Hero. Mike, how do you think Hero fared, and what are your general thoughts about the party's progress and what we've discovered here? Any thoughts at all?
Well, I think Hero has taken a massive beating in terms of reliability.
Yeah.
I mean, his health is fine, but being able to more reliably hit and deal damage is another matter. But he's optimistic. Hero is blissfully ignorant at times. And yes, intriguing to see what lies beyond. I suppose in the grand scheme of things, there's a lot of seeds there for what may yet happen.
Yes.
But as we are kind of doing it the way it is at the moment, it's fascinating how a lot of the modules are so ruthless.
Yeah.
I mean, if you went in there with a party of level 4, level 2, by this point probably level 3 characters, and a shadow, just a shadow just comes along, you don't have any magic or limited.
Yeah.
That hits the wrong person.
I was waiting for that when I was like, I know there's a shadow in here, and I was like, even high level characters can struggle against that because all they do is touch armor class, touch armor class, touch armor class. Really easy to hit someone on their touch armor class, and every time that hits, no save, you lose strength. No save, you lose strength, and it savage, absolutely savage, right towards the latter end of the adventure as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I really liked Hero's involvement in general, as I always do. I liked that he wrote himself a little note.
You got emotional after being hit badly.
Yeah. Okay, well, good to hear, Michael. And Dom, thoughts and feelings at the end of the session?
Yeah, I mean, Tyr went through a bit of a ringer this time as well with the constitution damage. He doesn't have a huge amount of constitution to lose, as is evidenced by his very low hit points. So that was a scary bit, and I was quite lucky to make that second save with a bit of a kind ruling, I would say. But yeah, I'm enjoying the module. If that shadow, that could have killed me in one touch.
Yeah.
If that hit me and had done 4 damage, Tyr would have been straight down. Like, it wouldn't have. His strength is absurdly low, but even so, that's a very scary prospect.
It is very scary indeed, and I was because I've been anticipating this chamber in particular for a little while, because I knew that there was like the dragon statue, which can. I mean, it could have boosted your charisma even more, to be fair, but still nice for a little boost. Anyway, I love the idea that it imbues you with like charisma power for a bit, you know. Just such a cool little thing, and but yeah, the Twilight Grove is the is here. You're at the Twilight Grove. You're right where it's all been leading here. So I'm really excited about us concluding this, and also working out how we wrap up the loose ends of this story, and to potentially involve Tyr and Hero, set them up for something else in the future. Potentially, who knows? We'll see what happens. But yeah, I really enjoyed that, and I continually am surprised by one, how ruthless it is, and like. It's not scared to just keep throwing enemies your way. You know, it's like I turn the corner, there's goblins there, they're trying to kill you. You know what I mean? There's more goblins, there's more rats, there's a bugbear. Like, watch out!
Yeah.
There's
it
a
feels like
Thwacqua.
proper old school D&D, where it's just like there's pretty much something in every room. There's a 50-50 chance it's something that's trying to kill you.
Yeah.
And you might find some loot, but there's no like the thing is, with the strength damage and the constitution damage and stuff, in the module, there's no like, we'll have a restoration potion, or like have a thing to cure you of that. There's none of that. You take that damage and then that's that.
Although there was the constitution...
that's true, actually, yes. There was that thing for the... yes, it just returns... treats constitution damage, specifically. And is made from the twig blights that you encountered. That's right.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, yeah, I just really enjoy running it, guys, and it's. I'm really glad that we got to have this session, and we're going to have one hell of a climactic end to the Sunless Citadel, I can guarantee you, because Golthias awaits. For those of you watching along, thank you ever so much for joining us. I dare say we might stream the last one. We'll see how we go. But yeah, please don't hesitate to let us know what you would have done in those situations, either running the game or playing the game. I would be very intrigued to hear. And if you have any suggestions for modules that we should look into in the future, that is something that we would really, really love to hear. Because, I don't know about... I'm sure we've all enjoyed looking back at these modules. And I know, Mike, you're going to be running one for us very soon as well, which will be amazing, which we will reveal probably at the end of the next session, the one that we're doing next. But after that, we'll be looking for more leading up to the eventual return of the main Knights of the Apocalypse game. So, without further ado, thanks so much for liking and subscribing, and as ever, we end the session by saying, bone them rolls!
Bone them rolls.
Bone them rolls.
Bone them rolls.